Well, Brydon. Well, good morning and welcome to Chesley Street for day 3 of Durham against Derbyshire. And Durham have dominated this match. They batted first, made 452 for 9 and then declared, got maximum batting points. Derbyshire did get maximum bowling points. They declared just after Brydon Carse got his first century. He finished on 108 not out and he got Durham over the line for the bonus points with a huge 6 over the Health Club roof. That was yesterday morning, and Durham declaring, putting Derbyshire in for just the 1 over before lunch. And before that over was complete. Billy Godalming was out, LBW, for a 5th ball duck to Ben Rain, and Ben Rain would later get him again the same day, LBW, for a 3rd ball duck. So Godalming getting his first pair in county cricket. Anyway, to cut a long story short, Durham basically ran through the Derbyshire batting lineup. They were 97 for 9 when Sam Connors and Lewis Reese managed to put a partnership together of 68. That ended when Connors was out for 29, Reese making 56 not out, but Durham leading by 287 enforced the follow-on. 3 wickets each in that session for Rain and Potts, 2 for Carse, and Coghlan and Matt Parkinson, who's on loan from Lancashire, got a wicket each as well. And then basically Durham ran through them again last night until bad light brought proceedings to a halt at 6:35, so it was after the scheduled close of play anyway. There was a late start yesterday. Chapel in, start of the day's play then, and Carse straight away with a 4-pass point.
Ben Aitchison begins from the Lumley end and has bowled a ball on the leg stump, and it's been turned by Carse.
Last ball of the over, he comes in and bowls. That's that away off the back foot, lovely shot, back foot punch for 4.
Carse on 99, and this one's clipped away into mid-wicket, and that brings up his maiden first-class century. He actually nearly forgets to come back for a second because he was about to celebrate. Congratulations to Brydon Carse. 100.
He's in again and bowls. That one is clipped up towards mid-on. The stumps by Aitchison, and he's gone. A direct hit from Ben Aitchison, and Matty Potts just couldn't make his ground in time. He got the dive out.
As Aitchison comes in, and he does make contact with this one, and that is a home run. And I think they'll walk off. That brings up the batting point, and Durham declare on 452 for 9, and Brydon Carse gets a standing ovation for his 108 not out.
Rain in again. Godalming, oh, he's appealing for LBW. He's out. A wicket first over.
There's Potts in again and bowls. Now hold him. Potts strikes with his 2nd delivery, and Derbyshire in complete disarray. Bowls to Madsen, who's bowled him.
There's only 1 stump left.
Well.
Played that on.
Madsen goes for 4.
In comes Rain. Oh, worth a shout. They are shouting, and that's the end of Guest. He's gone LBW. Comes round the wicket here to bowl, to deploy. That's driven, that's through the covers, and that's away for 4.
Ben Rain bowls, and this is over pitched and driven beautifully through mid-on.
Potts bowls again. That's a short one, and he's hooked it to the keeper. They're all appearing, and he's walking off. Rain round the wicket to bowl here, and that's got to be out, surely. It is. That is the end of deploy.
He's done all right so far, but he's been cut at short leg. That one spat up at him from Brydon Carse, flexes his knees and then swings and is bowled. Down on one knee, Coghlan gets his first wicket.
Right arm over the wicket to Aitchison, who gets a leading edge, and he's going to be caught at mid-off.
Potts bowls. Passed him by Connors for 4. He's middled that one. It's going to come to our end of the ground. Parkinson bowls. Reese down the track. Lobs it over the top of mid-on and away for 4.
Potts right arm over the wicket. There's a top edge on this, and that'll add to the partnership as it goes over the keeper's head. All right. My neck of the woods, that's a beautiful pull shot as Potts drops short and Connors dispatches that well in front of square. As Parkinson comes in and Connors runs down and makes decent connection with that one as it goes away over cow corner.
Coughlin in he balls. That's coming our way, and that's going to bounce just before the rope and go 4-4. Some uncouth slogging going on here, and that is his half century. And balls, it is a short one and it is pulled out towards the leg side, and it's gone for 4.
Parkinson bowls Jim down the track he comes and he's been stumped. Thanks, Ash.
I've done it again.
All out for 165. That will be T.
Rain comes in and bowls. Godalman, it could be on a pair. Here he is. He's gone LBW and he's gone. Second ball this time. He is out for a duck for the second time this afternoon.
Next delivery is trapping him on the pad in front and he's gone. Haider Ali is out for 1 this time and Derbyshire are 2 down already. This could finish today, no question about it.
He struggled from the off in that first innings, and this is a lovely drive this time by Guest, and it's away past point down towards the boundary in front of the old scoreboard. Is it going to get to the rope? It does, just. Rain balls. Madsen down the track and drives hard wide of Potts at mid-on, and that's up to the boundary at the northwest terrace for 4.
It's more likely to be the way things are rigged up in there. This one is pulled by Wayne Madsen round the corner. Has he got it fine enough to get 4 runs? Yes, just about.
Cart in, balls. Oh, and that's it. That is the end of Madsen. He's gone for 23.
And bowls to him. And that's clipped into the leg side. He's been caught at mid-wicket. Well, what a soft dismissal that is for Leas to ploy. Rain is in, and that's struck him on the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket, and he's gone. He looks down and suggests that he might have been hit outside the line. He doesn't look happy.
Well, Brydon, it was almost the first century of your career last week at Cardiff. You were disappointed to get out for 91. You made sure it today. 108, well done.
Yeah, look, obviously last week bitterly disappointed, but yeah, just so chuffed to get over the line today and to get my first 100. Yeah, something that's probably been in the back of my mind now for a while, but yeah, just very pleased to finally get there.
What was that feeling like when you got to the 3 figures?
Yeah, look, obviously a bit of relief, joy to see all my teammates up there celebrating with me was a memory that I will remember for a long time.
And a good partnership with Matty Potts as well. You kept the pressure going this morning, started off on 410 for 8, got the maximum batting points with a 6 over the gym. It's been a long time since I've seen anyone hit a 6 over the health club here, quite a few years.
Yeah, look, obviously myself and Potsy had a job to do this morning and he played his part in that, and just happy to get the 450. And it's funny enough because we actually had, I think we had about 30 seconds to get those runs, to have an over at them before lunch. So yeah, the ball before that 6, I tried to do the same thing, I just didn't get anywhere near it, but yeah, that was a decent strike.
On commentary, Ash Thorpe said Durham have given Derbyshire one horrible little ugly over before lunch, and I said, well, it might not be a full over if they can get a wicket. And what a great start. Ben Rain got Billy Godalman. You would get him again later in the afternoon for a pair, and Durham have just had a great day with the ball, haven't they?
Yeah, fantastic. Look, the way that all 4 seamers have bowled today, we've tried to work in partnerships and be relentless, and again, like I said last week, we're trying to be funky with our fields and come up with different plans every now and again, and today it's paid off, and yeah, just everyone in that changing room is very pleased with how today's gone and looking forward to coming here tomorrow to get the job done.
Lewis Reese is obviously a high order batsman. He's been moved down the order to try and stabilise things a bit for Derbyshire and strengthen them, so he got a half century, but other than that it was right through the whole team, wasn't it, more or less?
Yeah, it was. Look, again, Potsy and Rainey with the new ball in both innings started off brilliantly. You know, in both innings I think we got 3 or 4 quick wickets within the first 10 overs, and that really sets the tone and puts their middle order under pressure. Yeah, Lewis Reese played a decent knock and he's still out there tomorrow, so you know that'll be a big focus point. If we can get him early, then we're really going to fancy our chances to get that game wrapped up.
Yeah, and that would be the focus tomorrow, try and get an innings victory wrapped up before lunch.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, the boys are going to come over tomorrow We've got our plans to their batters coming in. We're going to be aggressive, and yeah, hopefully we can wrap the game up quite quickly.
Finally, we watched you. You looked a little bit in discomfort after you'd bowled one over this evening, but thankfully it wasn't an injury, because you've had toe problems and foot problems before. It was something to do with your boot, is that right?
Yes, yeah. Look, obviously I've got a couple of holes in my boot to protect my toes, but yeah, my boots are not. They're not surviving well at the moment, so I've had to keep getting them taped up. But no, my body's all good.
You need to get onto the boot sponsor and get a new pair.
I do. I'm flying through the New Balance boots at the minute, so hopefully I can get a couple more in.
Just a few from me, that's okay. Yeah, do you classify yourself as an all-rounder now?
Well, the boys have been giving me a little bit of stick. You know, I've had Lizzie onto me today. He says, "Welcome to the Century Club. Now you're a real all-rounder." But yeah, look, obviously I've always taken a lot of pride in my batting. You know, probably haven't got the scores that I would have liked over the last couple of years, but yeah, look, obviously the last couple of weeks have gone well, and just going to keep trying to improve and do what I'm doing for the team.
But it's another string to your bow, because obviously it's the Ashes this summer, and obviously looking to differentiate that, because a lot of talented bowlers in the England ranks at the moment. So is that another string to your bow to like put your hand up to select and say, look, I can score centuries at number 7?
Yeah, look, definitely. You know, I want to. You know, I don't. Obviously, my bowling is my main attribute, but if I can contribute coming in at 7 or 8 and scoring runs for Durham, then it only helps the balance of our team and makes our team stronger.
And have you enjoyed this like new form of aggressive cricket under Ryan Cabell?
Yeah, it's been great. Look, like I said, over the last couple of weeks, you look at the cricket that we're playing and the way we're going about it, we are trying to take it to the opposition in all aspects, whether that's batting, bowling, fielding, the field placings we're setting. We're trying to be aggressive, we're using our short ball, and yeah, today's a day where it's paid off and everything has gone our way. There's going to be days where it doesn't go our way, but you know, over the last couple of weeks, I think we've almost earned a day like this today, and hopefully we can take that into tomorrow.
But the energy seems quite infectious. I mean, once you get in a roll, the momentum seems to be like keeping you all going and then keeping.
Yeah, of course. You know, that's something we just mentioned. You know, everyone's behind everyone. We're supporting each other.
Well, here we go then, starting on time, thankfully. Umpires heading out, Ben Debenham and Graham Lloyd.
He's got his gloves on again.
Got his gloves on again. His dad replied yesterday.
Did he?
Yeah. I tweeted and said, your boy's wearing gloves, and Griff's got his shorts on. And his reply came back last night from Bumble. He says, that's now, I did a whole day in a scarf and a bobble hat. So, from Accrington as well, yeah. Up in the hills.
We've got midday in the sweepstake.
For the game to end, or for us to leave the ground?
No, I don't think we'll be part of the ground that early, but...
Right. Because I was asked by one of the stewards last night what I thought, what time would we be leaving here today, and I said 12:32.
12:32.
Yeah.
I'd do well to get the interviews and the clips done by past, but it could happen.
Well, get your act together.
I expect to see a lot of Black Rod against Farmouth this afternoon, certainly.
Have you got an update at 11 or not?
Yeah.
First ball of the day then, Ben Rain coming in here, they're crowding the bat, and the first run of the day as well, as Lamb goes forward to that, gets a bit of a leading edge and goes off towards deep square leg for 1 run. It really is gloomy out there, even with the floodlights on. Worst case scenario would be going off for bad light, without a shadow. Durham have a week off after this, but victory would bring them maximum points in this game and cement their place at the top of the table after 4 games. And then Be interesting to see how things develop next week while Durham don't have a game. Next ball is bowled by Rain from the Lumley end and just defended by Reese, who is yet to get off the mark. He's faced 7 deliveries now. The news has begun on Radio Newcastle as Rain comes round the wicket here to Reese, and Reese defends that as well on a length. If you want to email, it is weirdcricket@yahoo.co.uk, or you can tweet at Marty Cricket. Got 2 slips in, a gully, short leg, short mid-wicket. Yes, they've started on time, but I am worried because it's really grey here. The floodlights are on, and I think bad light might become an issue a little bit later on, even with the lights on. If the lights are considered to be overcompensating, then that's when the umpires might take them off. But Durham made 452 for 9 in their first innings yesterday and declared, then bowled Derbyshire out for just 165, and because they had a lead of 287, they then forced the follow-on and asked them to bat again. By the close of play last night, Derbyshire struggling once more on 92 for 5, and they were at that point 195 behind. They've added 3 since then, but Durham looking for 5 quick wickets today to win this one by an innings. Commentary on the BBC website and the Sports app. You are update complete for BBC Radio Newcastle. So 3 runs added so far. We've had a single first ball, a couple of dots, and then just as I started that report, 2 from Reese. We've had another dot ball since then, and Rain now about to finish this over, and coming round the wicket here to bowl to Reese. Reese forward to this one, and just defends, pushes the ball away on the offside, and that is the end of the over. Brydon Carse is bowling from the pinker lane, but they did have Matty Potts' picture on the scoreboard, and they got Matty Potts on the scorecard as well there, but now it's just changed to Carse. So Carse has taken 1 for 17, Rain 2 for 24. Rain's bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 17 from 5 overs for Carse. Right arm over to Lamb from the Finkel end, and that is just played safely away on the offside. Scorecard wise, just looking at the bowling figures from last night. Potts 1 for 22 from 7 overs. Coghlan 1 for 15 from 5. He's bowled a maiden. Parkinson bowled at 2 overs, none for 3. Looks like the North East Premier League matches are going to start today anyway.
Oh, that's good.
Because they were all wiped out last week. Carse in again with a short one, hooked up into the air and away towards safety at long leg. And
you done your
yeah,
oh,
fielded by Potts way down in the deep. Yeah, they were quick today.
Just a short.
Must have been a 3-minute job today. Yeah. There've been 5-minute bulletins since COVID began, really, and there was some talk of 3-minute bulletins again, but I don't know when that's likely to be.
That was a 3.
Yeah.
He wasn't in complete control of that shot there, Matt Lamb, I didn't think. But he got away with it. 191 away from making Durham bat again. Somebody upstairs, suggested that they might set them 20 to win. I think that's unlikely.
Carse over the wicket to Reese, the left-hander. That's left alone. Was that young Rob?
I think so. I did put him straight.
Reese did make 106 against Durham and Chesley Street in 2017, and he also made 122 in a draw here in the Bob Willis Trophy in 2020, which I think technically was a Derbyshire home game.
Could have been, yeah, they didn't play at home at all that season.
Yeah. Carse bowls, and that's left alone. Why didn't they play at home? Was it
Pakistan
women's
were based at the county ground,
Right.
and it was sealed off basically.
Was that the men's team or the women's team?
The men's team
The men's team.
were there to start with, and then the England women went there and played some games in the later in the summer as well.
Right. Because Leicester was in special measures, so Durham didn't think they would actually have to go to Grace Road that year, but ended up where they did. And I think that was their only away trip in that shortened summer.
Right. We went all over the place.
This is through to the keeper. Actually, I tell a lie, because I think the final game might have been at Nottingham. But initially, it looked like Leicestershire were going to have to play their home game here, and so Durham were only going to have the one away game. The other thing was Durham did play Leicestershire in a T20 at Headingley, and I think you were there the same day, weren't you, to play Yorkshire?
Yeah, they played a couple. Yeah, played a double header, didn't they? They played a double header this year as well.
Are they?
At Edgbaston. Bizarrely.
Carse comes in and bowls, and this is played into short extra cover, and that's off the toe of the bat, which Reese has a look at after he's played the shot end of the over. I think he's 6 for 5. What's the crack that, Dave?
You tell me. It's called Blast Off, and yeah, it's it's the first 2 matches in the tournament. On the Saturday, well, I'm just trying to work out, I think it's the 20th, is it? It is. It's the 20th of May. Derbyshire play Lancashire, and Warwickshire will play Yorkshire in a double header, which is being called, presumably by Sky, Blast Off. So they've forfeited home advantage because it's their home game against Lancashire.
Right.
Here's Ben Rain from the Lumley end, bowling to Matt Lamb. He's on 7, and Lamb gets struck on the pad. Big appeal, not out, says umpire Graham Lloyd. He's not playing today, is he? Tried to whip it away into the leg side, so perhaps it was just sliding down leg, but big appeal from Rain and from behind the stumps as well.
So that's a 2:30 start, that game.
Is it?
Yeah. Because on one of my fixtures, it suggests Durham is starting a match in Leeds at 11:30 in the morning.
Yeah, it's Derbyshire start one at 11:30 in the morning. It's a double header with, I assume, the Northern Diamonds, as this one is left alone outside the off stump by Lamb to go through to the keeper.
So they're playing the men's match first.
Yeah, we did that against Lancashire as well.
So is that in the belief people will stay to watch the women's game? Is that the plan?
I believe so. We got trampled to death by the fans leaving Old Trafford. It was chaos because we were trying to get interviews, and there was just hundreds and potentially thousands of people swarming out of the ground. Here's Rain again. That one's pulled into the leg side quite violently by Matt Lamb. It's fielded out there in the far distance. Is that Scott Borthwick out there?
It's not his run.
No, it's not. Is it Parkinson?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Parkinson. I can't really see the faces.
Mm.
I was hoping he might tumble in a way that I could see his number. He didn't. They pick up a single. Lamb moves on to 8. Derbyshire 99 for 5 on the brink of a glorious century.
Sunday the 28th of May, 11:30 at Headingley.
Yes, I'm trying.
Ridiculous.
Here comes, you're not wrong. Here comes Rain again. That's clipped into the leg side by Lewis Reese. It will be fielded somehow by Matt Parkinson.
There is an issue with that as well, because I don't want to get ahead of myself or anything, but the Saturday is the Championship playoff final day in London.
I think you got ahead of yourself there, Martin.
Yeah. Well, somebody will be in London, whoever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He might not be.
No.
Yeah, Derbyshire's is on the 4th of June at Headingley with an 11:30 start. I think it's 11:30. It's me, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ben Rain bowls to Matt Lamb, and he pushes it out into the offside. That is Scott Borthwick who does the fielding. And again, there was a no ball in the over as well. I missed that. So they are up to 100 now. 100 for 5. It was the shot from Matt Lamb out towards the mid-wicket boundary. And here comes Rain again. Bowls to Lamb and pushes it out into the offside this time, fielded by Brydon Carse.
Yeah, I think on the Friday, Durham are in Northampton.
Nice.
So then it would basically be a case of driving on the Saturday from Northampton back to Leeds for the Sunday morning match before heading home.
So, Rain in again, and that one is driven by Lamb towards Scott Borthwick at mid-off. It's the end of the over. 3 gone today. 104 over day, so 10 past 1 lunch. If we get that far, Derbyshire 100 for 5. Lamb has 8. Reese has 3. I don't do any stopovers for T20s.
Well, I do.
I don't even do one for here.
Well, I find that I spend more and more of my life sitting in country lanes adjacent to the motorway I want to be on because of overnight road closures.
It is a bit of a pain.
So there's no point in thrashing yourself coming back up the motorway to get home at 3 in the morning. Here's Carse, comes in and bowls, and this is defended.
I'm all about value for money for the licence fee paid.
Yeah, well done. While refusing to do any updates.
I don't refuse. There's no point in me doing them in this match. Because you do one every 5 minutes.
Well, I do about 4 a day, maybe.
The rest's tweets, though, isn't it? There's a lot of typing.
You're on? You tweet, don't you?
No, not during the... I will do it. I will do it at home games or when I'm not doing games with you, really.
All right.
There's no point. If you want to know what's going on, follow Martin.
Oh, where's that gone? Inside edge. It's bounced clear of the stump somehow. It's played it just past the leg stump there. Reese off Carse. What about this guy, Dave? What do you reckon?
Well, I subscribe, but... oh, this one?
Yeah.
Well, it's grey, isn't it?
Yeah. It's...
much uniformly grey, with slightly darker grey bits flecked into it. I don't think anybody wants to be here for tomorrow, though, do they?
No. Carse bowls to Reese, who pulls a shortish ball down towards the square leg boundary for 1. There's no rain forecast. Tell you what, though, it's a factor 50 job today. Heady highs of 7 degrees. Oh, it'd be cracking the flags. It's actually going to be warmer tonight when the sun's gone in than it is now when the sun hasn't come out. It's going to be 8 degrees tonight.
If I do get down to Blackrod, I've got my bobble hat in the car.
Yeah.
I need it.
Blackrod, sounds like the sort of place you might be sent, you know, if you were one of the Tolpuddle martyrs or something. We're sentencing you to life at Blackrod.
At least it's not too far north.
No. Carse in. And played up to mid-on, no run there. So it's a cricket ground sort of near Bolton, is it? Blackrod?
Yeah, just off the M61, the junction with Horwich, where the Bolton Wanderers football ground is.
Is it sort of leafy round there, or is it like...
Yeah, leafy-ish. There are leaves.
Mm-hmm.
We're not without trees, you know.
No, just trying to build a picture in my head. Carse in. And forward comes Lamb. Chris Sharp says he's looking forward to the double headers. They're a great day of cricket.
Absolutely, but 11:30 in the morning on a Sunday.
I think that will impact the attendance, actually. People will probably think twice about going to a game that starts at 11:30 in the morning as a family occasion rather than in an afternoon. I know county championship matches start at 11, but It's more of a family-orientated crowd, isn't it? Where I suppose the argument will be they're trying to attract more families to watch the women's game.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
Carse bowls, and this is fended off down behind backward point, and Coghlan slides in and misses it. He's now chasing it all the way to the third-man boundary. How many did they run there? Was it
2?
Mikey Mike says, I remember seeing John Hampshire umpire in a woolly bobble hat at Chesley Street.
I saw I think it was the Gloucestershire players fielding woolly bobble hats a couple of years ago.
Yeah, same here as start of the season against Somerset about 7 years ago. It never got above 3 degrees.
Shouldn't be allowed.
John Hampshire sometimes used to stay at my dad's house when he came up here to umpire. So I remember one game where I brought him in each day in the car. Sadly, no longer with us.
Gave him some tips, did you? I'm sure.
It's a nice bloke, John.
3 slips in a gully. Ben Rain begins a new over from the lovely end, and it's turned into the leg side by Lewis Reese for a single. Fielded by Clark.
When he was coach of Zimbabwe, we went out to Sharjah for a week, and we stayed with some friends, but we spent the week with quite a lot of the week with the Zimbabwe team because they're playing in a triangular tournament with Pakistan and Sri Lanka. About 93, 94, something like that.
Is there a town or a city in the world that you don't have friends living in?
Well, the idea is you meet these people on holiday and then you make friends with them if they're from a town that you don't have friends in.
The next delivery is defended by Matt Lamb.
Well,
the leg side.
Back in those days, my girlfriend at the time, her mum and dad were living out there for 3 years, so I had a few holidays there.
You got fed up with the holidays. Thanks for coming. See you later. Ben Ram's going to stand up to the stumps there, but he's not. Oh, he is. He's just thrown the little white disc that the bowlers use. And slightly bizarrely, David Beddingham's put it in his pocket. He is standing up now, though. Ollie Robinson for Matt Lamb, and Rain bowls, and he defends it out into the offside. There's no run.
I don't think I'd be able to help you on the handball, the international handball circuit, though, because I'm not really sure where the teams are based.
He doesn't play anymore. Well, he plays handball, but yeah, Great Britain have decided to cast their net further afield and bring in as many European-based GB qualified players as possible.
There's hi Marty and the gang, greetings from an overcast, damp, chilly Costa del Hartlepool. Too far south today, he reckons. Excellent performance by the Durham lads, looking like a big victory today. Should be with you for the duration, apart from nipping out of the chippy about 12ish.
Chips at lunchtime.
Yeah. Said it seemed a bit early to go and get your lunch, but apparently this chippy closes by 1.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it open again tonight?
I would imagine. There's a chippy near us everybody raves about, and every time I've gone near the place it's always been shut. I don't know when it's ever open.
Rain into Lamb, who defends it up towards the covers.
Apparently they just fry enough on a lunchtime, make their money and shut.
You can get away with it.
There's that one in Kirby Stephen. Have you ever seen that one open on the corner when you drive through there? Coast to coast fish and chip shop.
I can't remember even seeing the chip shop, but I came through Kirby Stephen on the way today. Not today. 2 days ago, 3 days ago.
I've never seen that place open.
What, Kirby Stephen in general, really. This next delivery almost sneaks past the bat, but it's pushed out into the offside by Lamb. Fielded again by Clark, and it's the end of the over. 5 runs from it. Derbyshire 108 for 5. Lamb has 14. Reese has 5. The deficit is at 179.
Bernard has emailed. Dear Marty, the only way I see this game reaching tea on day 3 will be if the weather causes delays due to bad light or rain. Had Derbyshire been 92 for non-overnight, the deficit could have gone around tea time, but with 5 wickets down, the task is immeasurably harder. It's a nice word, immeasurably, isn't it?
I think Bernard's absolutely spot on.
Here's Brydon Carse bowling to Reese from the Finkel end. Oh, that stays low. Reese keeps it out just. It's quite low on the bat as well there. He says if there are no delays due to the weather, it would be a surprise to see the game reach lunch, but it could happen. However, I hope you can have an early finish and enjoy a day off on Sunday. Well, these two are batting nicely, actually.
They haven't been troubled this morning too much, have they? Durham will be appealing for the light soon.
Partnership 17, but 39 balls they've been together. It's going to come round the wicket now to Reese, who's on 5. He bowls. Reese looks to pull that and then changes his mind, drops his arms, pulls out the shot.
I thought Bernard would be watching the sprint qualifying today.
Yes.
Whatever that is.
Yeah, I know.
We're missing the skateboard British Championships, aren't we? If that's,
Was that not tomorrow, was it?
or is it tomorrow? Oh, well, if we're off, then we'll
Yeah.
watch it. Yeah,
Yeah.
excellent.
There's that young lass who's a British champion, isn't she? The Sky Brown or somebody.
Yes.
This is defended by Reese. Yeah, the issues that Brydon Carse had yesterday, because we thought he'd hurt his foot, but basically his boots being held together by strapping.
He likes his boots, does he?
Well, they fall apart because don't they put holes in where the big toe is?
Yeah, they can do to alleviate the pressure.
Yeah,
yeah.
and I mean his toes last night, they looked a mess, to be honest with you. So anyway, that was why they came out to strap the boot back up.
Right.
He comes in again and bowls, and that's defended by Reese, who's basically just going to block and block here by the looks of things, and keep his end together. Paul Summerside said you need this wrapping up pronto so you can get to the Sunderland match.
I'm all right, thanks.
Katie says, morning. Further to listening to cricket in weird places, I'm listening from a Bluebell Wood in Surrey today. It was a soft play centre in Sussex 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And then Guildford for Surrey seconds or something. Have to send us a picture of the Bluebells, Katie. Carse into Reese, and Reese stands firm again, and this looks very straightforward at the moment for him.
For both of them.
Yeah.
He's come back around the wicket to complete. And every time I've said this, it hasn't happened. What would be a maiden over?
Round the wicket he comes, he bowls, and that is a leave. It's through to the keeper quite low. It is a maiden over then. So 108 for 5. Davey says, hi Marty, did Fletch see anything of the Watford team in his hotel? No, because he doesn't stay in that hotel.
Not unless they were staying in the Premier Inn in Durham City Centre.
Yeah, no.
Seems unlikely.
The away teams normally stay in the Radisson Blue, so when Birmingham were up a couple of weeks ago, Bradders bumped into the team and...
Was he in the Radisson?
Yeah.
He's got some money, that lad. Here comes Rain again, pushed into the offside by Lamb, and he's going to get one, and he'll come back for the second. Fielded by Alex Lees. 2 to the total. Lamb moves to 16, 110 for 5 now, Derbyshire. Chipping away, but they need to chip away for about 5 hours. And then they need to chip away a bit more. David Griffin, I can't remember the exact names or dates, but was invoking the memory of the record 10th wicket stand in his video this morning, and that is a glorious shot from Matt Lamb out to the point boundary for 4 runs. Rain not quite got his radar right this morning so far, and Lamb has moved on to 20 now, and it's 114 for 5. It's his second boundary of the day, second of his innings.
I haven't actually seen any of Griff's videos this week. I normally click on most of them, I have to say.
Yeah, give him a watch. Tell him how inappropriate his joke's been. He often runs the odd joke past me, and
And do you say, oh no, if it's not 1975
if you
anymore?
can't say that out loud. Brought in silly mid-on. There's a mid-wicket catching as well as rain bowls, and it's pushed into the offside by Lamb.
There was that one he told once where he said, I've hardly slept all night, we've been having trouble with the neighbours. And he said, loads of loud music blaring from the house across the road. So he said at 1 o'clock in the morning I went and knocked on the door. And he said this kid, about 10 years old, opened the door with a cigar in one hand and a glass of whiskey in the other. And he said, I said, is your mum and dad in? And the kid says, what do you think?
Rain into Lamb, short delivery, pulled round at the corner, very fine for 4. Again, not completely in control, though it's gone for 6.
Yeah. Couldn't see that.
I didn't see it. I lost it completely. So a 6 for Matt Lamb, not in control, but a 6 nonetheless. He moves to 26. And Derbyshire are up to 120 for 5 now. The deficit 167. Nothing else will have seen a 6 today. We saw several in the Durham innings, including the most enormous one to finish off the innings.
Huge.
Oh, it was enormous. It was ridiculous.
In fact, somebody's car probably got damaged in the car. It went over the
You wouldn't be surprised.
health club roof, didn't it?
It was massive. So the man's gone out on the square leg boundary, and there's also a long leg on the boundary as well. So I don't think there'll be any let up in the short deliveries from Rain, and this one's fully pitched up, and it's defended by Lamb out into the on side where it's fielded by Coghlan. And so far so good. 12 off this over as well. 5 balls gone. Still think that Rain was a major threat. Managed to dismiss Billy Godwin twice, both leg before wicket in a day. Got rid of Brooke Guest the same way as well later on in the day yesterday. As this next delivery is defended by Matt Lamb, straight back to Ben Rain. And it's the end of the over. 120 for 5 in their second innings following on Derbyshire. Lamb 26, Reese 5. And they now trail by 167 with few alarms today, although there have been a couple of shots they haven't been completely in control of, but I think mainly Matt Lamb. Might even be his... What did he get in the first innings against Worcestershire? He got 27 before he was run out, so he's one away from his high score for Derbyshire since arriving from Warwickshire in the winter, sometime.
When? In one of the seasons.
It was definitely the winter.
Carse to continue here. So this is going to be over number 9 for him. 1 for 21 so far, including a maiden. Here in gloomy, overcast, dull Chesley Street with grey skies. He bowls, and Reese gets up on his toes and cuts that one down towards the point boundary. There's a fielder mopping up over there. I think that might be Parkinson. We're cricket at yahoo.co.uk if you want to email, or Marty Cricket on Twitter. Looking at some of the other games, there's been 1 or 2 delays. Warwickshire Surrey been delayed because of rain in Birmingham, I think they are. This is a bouncer from Carse to Lamb. It's gone through to the keeper. I think they're hoping to get going in about the next 10 minutes. Has been a weather blighted match, that one. Warwickshire 150 all out, Surrey 211 for 8 in their first innings. Kent batting again against Middlesex at Lords, so Kent 57 for 2 in their second innings. They were bowled out for 186 in their first. Middlesex then made 229. So Kent at 57 for 2 are leading by just 14. Carse round the wicket here with a short one, and Lamb has no idea where the ball has gone at all and nearly gets himself run out. He looked to try and pull that through the leg side. It's come off the back of his bat, and he set off for a run thinking the ball had gone off through the leg side, and it was just a few yards in front of him. And fielding at short extra cover is Scott Borthwick. He picked the ball up. By the time Lamb realised there was an issue and he'd spotted where the ball was, he was a few yards down the track. He turned to try and get back. Borthwick had a go at the stumps but missed. And I think had he hit, that would have been the end of him. Matty Potts got run out yesterday by Aitchison with a cracking throw from long on, which hit the stumps. Sussex down in Bristol. They've had a lot of rain there. Still in their first innings. 327 for 4. Just 93 overs possible so far in that game. Carse in with a bouncer to Lamb. That's left alone. Leicestershire are playing Glamorgan in Leicester. Leicestershire made 407. And Glamorgan trailing by 220 at 100. Well, it's 217 now. 190 for 6. Pass over the wicket to Lamb. Shortish ball. Lamb up on top of that one. Fends it away to the covers. He's on 26. Reese is on 6. But importantly, these two eating up a lot of time in the middle. Lamb's faced 51 balls to Reese's 27. And the partnership is 30 runs. It's not so much about the runs, but it's just about eating up deliveries. And there's one ball left of this over. It began with a single, and then we've had dot balls since. Reese at the non-striker's end as Carse bowls to Lamb, who plays that out through the covers. He'll get 2. 123 for 5. Lamb on 28. The deficit comes down to 164. Remember, Derbyshire are following on.
Is it not doing half-past updates today?
Bernard's asking if we got to the bottom of how wide the boundaries are.
It's got 3 letters in it, and so therefore I refuse to discuss.
We think it's about 100 yards to the right-hand side, down towards the river side of the ground.
Well, it was 70 metres, wasn't it?
Was it?
That's what we were told yesterday.
It looks bigger than that, though.
Well, it looks bigger, but that's come from the groundsman. Change of bowling. Matty Potts for the first time today. 1 for 22 from 7 overs so far. In off the boundary to do the fielding. And they go through for a single.
What was the boundary up to the pavilion? Can you remember?
I think it was 70 each way. I think we're in the middle.
Right, okay.
I think we're in the middle, but from what he said, it was 60 odd straight, wasn't it?
Right.
And 70.
It looks wider than 70, doesn't it?
It does. I think you're absolutely right. Yeah.
People are saying the commentary on the live stream is a ball ahead of the video footage. So
That's how good we are.
we just, yeah. Do you want the lottery numbers as well?
Yeah. We are good. I don't think that's anything we have control over.
No.
Potts is in to bowl to Lamb, who guides this out into the offside, just backward of square. Brydon Carse does the fielding. Martin's gone off to investigate the mystery of the ball ahead of the action conundrum on the feed. I can tell you we're not actually commentating a ball in front, so 2 slips and a gully as This next delivery from Potts is driven but not timed by Lamb. Gets a thick inside edge on it, goes up towards mid-on. Ben Rain does the fielding. Man who's earned an entire living from county cricket wants to see it destroyed. 124 for 5 at the end of the over.
There's lots of you telling us about the YouTube stream. We are fully aware of it, but it's nothing to do with us. Carse continues from the Finkel end. Round the wicket he comes, right arm round. Bowling to Reese, just stands firm again, plays the ball short on the offside. Basically all they do is there's a wire comes out of our machine and goes into their machine, and that is it. And it's just an audio cable. If you go along the room where they are, it's like Jodrell Bank along there. Screens all over the place.
Got a lot of screens at Jodrell Bank?
Got none. Got loads at Goon Hilly though. Have you been there? This radar station down in Cornwall. It's been reset and it looks like it's working, I'm told now.
Thank goodness for that. We can stop worrying now, Martin.
Single off down towards long leg there from Reese.
Oh, we're starting to really prey on my mind.
It just becomes a distraction when every message you're now receiving is about the stream.
Well, they're only sending them to you, fortunately, so it's not distracting me at all.
No. I'm all right, Jack, says Mr. Fletcher of Bowl.
Absolutely. Yeah. Not interested in...
No wonder the country's in the state it is.
Interested in receiving messages about a stream over which I have no control.
Carse round the wicket he comes and bowls. Defended.
Where's this wicket coming from then, Martin?
I don't know. It's been surprisingly straightforward for Derbyshire.
It has, hasn't it? I didn't expect it to be as comfortable as this.
My 12.32's going to be out the window. Harry Pearson's been tweeting, who's written lots of very good books on sport. The Far Corner and Slipless in Settle. A trawl across the Northern Cricket Leagues. As that Carse comes in and bowls, this has gone off the ad and just beyond the grasp of the keeper for... Is the leg bye going to be signalled?
Yeah.
Yes, that's a very lengthy signalling of the leg bye. I wonder if he's writing a new book. Writes a column in When Saturday Comes magazine. He says, For some reason or other, I've just discovered identical twins Dudley and Sidney Rippon used to open the batting for Somerset in the 20s. I bet they were some japes, he says. Indeed. 2 balls of this over to go. Carse to the left-handed Reese. Round the wicket he comes. Playing a miss. That one just moved on Reese. It's the first real false shot he's played today.
Yeah. Fortunately played down the wrong line. Didn't take the edge of his bat. I often wonder, the Curry brothers who play for Sale Sharks and England at Rugby Union, they're very much identical twins. And if one has to go for a head injury assessment, you often wonder if the other one might do it for him.
But of course you have no evidence of that.
No, I'm not saying they do it. It's always crossed my mind. It'd be a very bad thing to do, of course.
Carse in, and cut to 2.0 run there, end of the over. Talking of twins, Matt Parkinson playing for Durham in this one. His twin brother plays for Leicestershire.
Well, his brother carries drinks for Leicestershire at the moment.
Does he?
He was moved as captain. I think because he didn't sign a new contract. And many years ago, he came to Derbyshire on loan from Lancashire, and they had him lined up as a signing, and he decided to go to Leicestershire, which is a bit of a kick in the teeth, but I'd have him back in an instant. He's a very fine cricketer, Callum.
Mervyn's been on, talking lottery numbers.
Matty Potts begins a new over, his second of the day, and he's in from the Lumley end, and it's defended by Lamb up to mid-on.
He says, good morning, Martin. Speaking of lotteries, I'm glad to tell you I've won £1,000 on the postcode lottery last week.
Lovely.
I think the most we've ever won on that's about a tenner. But I do know somebody at work who won quite a lot. Their postcode won the jackpot, and all the neighbours ended up with about 35 grand each or something.
Potts is in, and that one is short and is pulled out towards the boundary, and it is brilliantly fielded on the boundary by Clark. Has he given it away as a 6? He has in the end. He had to leap in the air. I thought he'd thrown it back before he landed, but that was very close to a catch. But it's another 6 to Matt Lamb, who moves up to 34 now in Derbyshire.
That's honesty for you.
32 for 5. Yeah, I thought he'd thrown it back in.
Yeah.
Thought he'd thrown it back in. I thought for a minute he was going to take the catch, but he realised he was going over the boundary. He's got the fielding pads on as well, so it can't be easy out there for Graham Clark. Excellent piece of work. Tried to chuck it back in.
Dropping Pogland onto the deep mid-wicket boundary now as well.
Well, Lamb has certainly decided that he's going to go after the short delivery if he possibly can. Potts comes in, bowls another one. He keeps this one down, actually plays it into the ground. Oglen on the boundary does the fielding, and they go through for a single. 35 to Lamb now, 133 for 5. Ian Crooks has sent me an email. Afternoon, Dave. You see, you can tell where he is. Still in the glorious, sunny, warm city of Barcelona. Off to the beach this afternoon, where he'll listen to the Rams hopefully beat Portsmouth and secure a playoff spot. Off to the new camp to see Barcelona tonight. It's tough, but someone has to do it. Pleased to see Derbyshire putting up at least some resistance this morning. The season can only get better from here, surely.
I'm wondering what the most memorable footballing moment of his day today will be.
I would have thought Derby.
Portsmouth.
I would have thought Derby. Yeah. Thank you, Ian, for the kind words as well. In comes Potts and bowls to Reese, who gets wrapped on the thigh pad. Ball dribbles out into the leg side, and there's no run. Yes, Derby County against Portsmouth and Plymouth against Burton Albion this afternoon on Sports Scene from 2 o'clock with Dominic Dietrich, who did send me a message last night saying, will you still be playing at 2 o'clock to do live inserts? I suggested it was unlikely, as this next delivery from Potts is turned very pleasantly into the leg side by Lewis Reese out to Brydon Carse at square leg, and they go through for another single. Reese moves on to 934 for 5. Certainly don't expect to be part of the Sports Scene reaction, which starts at 5 o'clock. But you never know.
45 minutes of action so far and no wickets. Would you suggest, Dave, break this partnership and then be a house of cards scenario?
Then break the next 3.
Yeah.
Here comes Pops and Bowls. That's a good plan. Pushed up by Lamb to mid-off, but it's fielded by Scott Borthwick. And there's no run. Well, Mark Watt's next. No, he's not. Zach Chappell's next, and he can bat. Mark Watt after that. Ben Aitchison and Sam Connors. Aitchison's got a few runs this season. But they're bowlers. Not necessarily in the side for their batting, but they'll have to play their part. I don't think there's any question about that. In the gloom at Chester Street, Derbyshire 134 for 5, trailing by 153.
Richard Jolly on Twitter, sports writer. Ryan Mason picked a player in Ivan Perisic who was 4 years younger than him this week. He says if Roy Hodgson followed the same policy today for Crystal Palace, then Terry Venables would be playing for them.
He'd do a job.
Yeah. Paul Coghlan back into the attack then. Carse has done his bit for the day. Well, done his bit for the morning anyway.
I was just thinking, you think they're going to rattle through him, do you?
No? Just thinking... We might see him again before lunch. What time is it? 11:47. Coghlan, right arm over, bowling to Reese, who just flicks this first ball off towards square leg for 1. Fielder coming in to cover that area is Potts, who's come all the way up from long leg.
A little bit out of context tweet. Derbyshire just tweeted, and I understand why, before Stephen jumps all over me. Second 6 of the morning for Matt Lamb takes him to 35. No mention of the fact he was almost caught on the boundary.
Coghlan to Lamb, and that's pushed out through the covers. There's a chase on now for Borthwick as he races after the ball and slides in. He'll get 2. Mervin's been back on. He said it was 1,000 new pence, not £1,000. So he's won a tenner.
Oh, that's why.
Was it con me into reading out his lottery win? It's 10 quid.
We don't want everybody who's won 10
No.
quid on the lottery, because apparently that's regular, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've never done the lottery. There's another tax on the ball.
In comes Coghlan and bowls. Pulled down towards long leg by Lamb for 1. There's a man down there. Martin Deacon says, enjoying the commentary. I was going to come today, but when I left the house it was raining, so I decided against it. More fool me. Talking of twins, the Dentons were twins who opened the batting for Northamptonshire at the same time. The Rippons were playing for Somerset. There you are. Coghlan to Reese from the Finkel Andy bowls. Reese leaves that one. It's gone to the keeper. Norman's emailed. On the 30th of June, it'll be the 50th anniversary of the historic Gillette Cup win at Harrogate against Yorkshire. It'll be my 52nd birthday as well. Any idea if the club have any plans to commemorate the occasion? Something along the lines of the 1973 players, squad and officials being invited to a T20 home game against Yorkshire on the 23rd of June would be a nice touch. Coghlan in, bowls, play and a miss. He said, I have a feeling that no one at the club would have an idea of this groundbreaking win. I don't know was the answer to that one. They did have a former players reunion here last year, and there was quite a few players going right back into the days of minor counties cricket, and I remember Ash Thorpe was up there with them, and they all had a good afternoon. So that was last summer. I think that was a one-day cup game when they all got together for that one. That's through to the keeper. That is the end of the over. We were in the pub out the back of Sophia Gardens last week, and there'd been a former Glamorgan players get together, and there were 6 of them having tea in the pub around this table. They looked like they'd had a good day.
Was that it?
That's it.
Excellent. The Derbyshire have the past players get together at Chesterfield usually. Matty Potts is going to continue from the Lumley end after a bit of a discussion between himself, Scott Borthwick and Alex Lees, who's now at Gully. Potts comes in and bowls a short delivery. It's pulled into the leg side. It's going to go for 4, I fancy, because it's got past the man close to the mid-wicket. No, the man on the boundary. Paul Coghlan has got round to do the fielding, and they in the end get a single. It was Ben Rain who it went past closer in.
Bernard says, when the UK lottery began in the 90s, I was able to give the address of the person who got the most cash from it every week. Because it was number 11 Downing Street. The tax take on every draw was 12%.
Yep. Yep, another tax. In goes Potts. Oh, that's a no, surely. Blimey, I couldn't have got that. It is a no ball. Quite right, too. Although, I think it should be a wide.
Yeah.
But in the modern day,
But you see,
it's a no ball.
they get 2 runs
I
with the
know.
no ball, don't they?
A 50-run partnership comes up from the no ball. Yeah, but it's a wide, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Rather than a no ball. To us old fuddy-duddies. Potts will have to re-deliver that ball, and he does, and it's a short one that doesn't bounce quite as much, and takes Lewis Reese high up on the back handler kind of area. And the ball dribbles out into the onside. If you want to know all about the half-century stand, Marty Cricket on Twitter. $141 for 5 now. Deficit 146 as Potts is in once more and bowls to Reese, who turns it into the leg side out towards Brydon Carse. Can we get off the square leg boundary? Who almost, in fact, does overthrow Ollie Robinson. It was Alex Lees behind, backing up. And it brings Matt Lamb back on to strike. While Lewis Reese has been just quietly going about his business, yet to strike a boundary. Matt Lamb's hit 2 4s and 2 6s this morning, as he's moved on to his best score for Derbyshire of 39. Potts is in and bowls to him, and he defends it out into the offside. Around goes Beddingham.
Well, he's got a big century to his name, actually. 173 for Warwickshire against Essex in 2019.
Yeah, he averaged something ridiculous like 60 when they won the title.
He's got 106 against Surrey and 155 not out against Northants last year.
Yeah. Good player.
So he's no mag.
No, he's a good player.
Barnt Green Cricket Club, just to the south of Birmingham.
This next delivery is pulled around the corner by Lamb. Oh, and it goes straight through Matt Parkinson. Could have been a single, ends up being a 4. Keep your legs shut, Matt. Go down into the long barrier. Take one on your knee if you have to.
Keep your hands together as well.
Well, that would help.
Yeah.
Apart from that, he did everything right.
Yeah.
And it went straight through him. Lamb moves on to 43. Derbyshire 146 for 5. Edging closer to matching their first innings score. And they need to score another 120 on top to make Durham bat again. We're still here at 5 o'clock tomorrow. Here comes Potts again. That's pulled around the corner by Lamb. He'll only get a single this time as Clark does the fielding at square leg on the boundary. 44 to him now, 147 for 5.
Chelmsford 2 years ago, I rang my wife on the Saturday morning. I said I'll be home tonight, and I got home the following night. That was the day of Prince Philip's funeral, so they went off for 3 hours, can you remember?
Yes, indeed. Edgbaston.
Essex were on the ropes, and then they put together something like an 8th or 9th wicket stand, which just dragged through the whole day. Suddenly Durham were chasing 140 odd on the Sunday and lost.
Yeah. I think you and me probably have the 2 most tales of woe on the county circuit.
No, definitely not. I mean, because Durham had a few good years, didn't they?
Oh, yeah.
They won titles and stuff. But I mean, Richard Ray would have watched his fair share of misery over the years, wouldn't he?
Yes,
with Leicestershire.
yeah, fair play. Yeah, Richard's had a lot of misery.
They go 3 years without a win or something.
Yeah, but they didn't win last season, did they? In the Championship.
Here's Coghlan, start of a new over from the Finkel end with a quick bouncer to Lamb. Lamb just ducks out the road of that one.
Yeah, because they beat Yorkshire in the opening round of matches here. A remarkable victory at Headingley.
Yeah.
First one since records began.
1928 or something, was it?
Ridiculous.
Since Methuselah were a boy. Ants Graham, morning Marty. It's,
Is that it?
yeah, it's a very short email, that one. Defended here off Coghlan. He said, not at all in the hope of jinxing things by sending this, but it might be worth noting Lamb scored 155 for Warwickshire last season, yeah, and versus Lancashire and 106 against Surrey. He averaged 48.7 in 8 county championship matches last year.
Yeah.
We might be in for a long day after all.
Yeah, he's a good player.
Oh, now false shot,
Oh.
and Parkinson's missed this, hasn't he?
Yep.
What's going on there? He needs your glasses,
I
then.
think he might do, actually.
Bit of a false shot, and he's totally not picked that up at all. It came looping out towards him at mid-on, and he missed it. Totally didn't know where it was. I think he might have lost that in the darkness of the health club window, maybe.
He lost it somewhere.
Coghlan to Lamb. Shortish ball played off to the leg side for 1. So he got a 2 before that from the ball, which Parkinson missed. Derbyshire missing Nuj, it says here. Does Dave know what's up with him? 150 runs for Derbyshire, wrong.
Yes, he has a side strain, I believe. Picked up in the seconds at Lady Bay against Notts last week. When the first weren't playing, there was a fair few first-team players who played against Leicestershire playing.
Next ball to Reese, goes off towards the covers. We're approaching the end of the first hour here, and there's been absolutely nothing doing from a Durham point of view, has there really?
2 have gone past the edge of Lewis Reese's bat, and there's been a couple of false shots from Matt Lamb, but apart from that, no, absolutely. Absolutely not.
Coghlan, nice ball of his over, and that's pulled down to fine leg. Might get cut off. It is cut off by Potts in front of the Health Club. 2 runs.
He's over. Yeah, but that first-class average is pretty decent at Matt Lamb at 48.5, isn't it? Good strike rate as well. No, that's his bowling average. 30. His bowling average isn't great. Was a medium pacer and is now a leg spinner. How was it? I'll do a couple for you. See if they remember I'm in the news. I had a nasty feeling I wasn't going to be on it after this when they kept playing tunes. Here's Matty Potts then from the Lumley end, bowling to Matt Lamb, who has a real go at that one outside the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. Doesn't need to do that, but I suppose 3, 4, 2 sixes in his 47, he probably thinks it's working for him. And only Lewis Reese at the other end has scored more runs than him on an individual basis in this match for Derbyshire. He's 6 in the first innings for Reese. Potts into Lamb, who gets a little bit squared up by that one. It comes off a leading edge out into the offside, fielded by Borthwick. And they're into run.
$152 for 5. Potts from the Finkel end, from the Lumley end, and Lamb carves one their way there on one knee, and he hammers it past point and away for 4. And he gets to his 50. Nice shot to get to your 50. 4 4s and 2 6s. And from 76 balls. Well, the deficit is dropping. It's to 131 now at 156 for 5. Not ball. It's not been cut off in the covers. 1 run there. Reese's pulled around the corner here by Reese. Down towards fine leg, picked up by Parkinson. So they started this morning on 92 for 5. They've put on 66. Well, Durham were looking for quick wickets here to wrap this one up early and get it done and dusted before lunch on day 3 and bag an innings victory in the process. But they've had some stubborn resistance so far to deal with from Matt Lamb, who's now on 52. He does boast 3 centuries in his county championship career with Warwickshire. And at the other end, Lewis Reese is on 14. Their partnership so far is worth 67. And they've put the majority of those runs on today. Actually, I think they've put 66 on today. So it's not been the flurry of wickets Durham were hoping for. We've got the floodlights on. It's grey, it's overcast, but we are playing. And there's plenty more overs to come. So commentary on the BBC website and sports app. I was looking down at my notepad there just to get some stats for that update, and looking back up, it just seems to be quite gloomy.
Very gloomy.
I'm thinking they might be going off for the light in a minute or two here. Coughlan is going to bowl his 8th over from the Finkel end. Reese is on 14 from 44 balls. Coughlan in, and the ball is played to backward point.
12th time that Matt Lamb's got a 50 in his first class career, going on to make those 3 centuries that Martin was talking about before. This is first for Derbyshire, though. And he will be very pleased with that, I've no doubt. Those 2 6s in the innings as well.
Coughlan in, and that's driven past point. That's going to go away for 4 towards the castle boundary. It's actually slowing. It's going to make it to the rope, though. It does. Actually found a little gap between the sponge and gets across the line.
There are plenty of those. Every corner's got a gap.
Yeah.
Needs another half dozen.
Well, this deficit's dropping. 125 now. Now then, what are they saying? Is the ball damaged?
Having a look.
43.2 overs old. Yeah, get it changed. That'll bring some wickets. Is he going to go through the ringer? Hurry up, umpire, shouts Jamie. They're going to change the ball or not? They're having a conference.
Having a look, aren't they? I think it's umpire Debenham who has the caliper, but he hasn't tried to put it through yet. Yeah, I think it's coming apart. No, that saying to the batsman, look, they can't bowl with this. And I'm sure that the batsman is saying, I'd make him get on with it if I was you. Matt Lamb wants a drink. Stephen Brady's been in touch, loving the comms. The sarcasm from you both knows no bounds, but you're spot on. I'm watching the live stream with a vested interest. Lancastrian Scott, Michael Jones, Matty Parkinson from my beloved Red Rose, and the Jam Tart Mark. What's going to happen to my fellow Scott McIntosh, as Ollie Robinson seems to be the first choice now? And talking of twins, you'll remember Dallas Moyer, the ex-Derbyshire player, and his teammate, along with his equally talented twin Jerry, who took a fifer against Australia.
Well, Tom McIntosh was given a run in the team towards the back end of last season and then injured his hand at Leicester, so missed the last 2 matches. They brought in a replacement wicketkeeper for the last 2 games from Warwickshire, and then they've signed Ollie Robinson. So
Random females asking me if the dog in the pram's at the game. Well, the man with the pram's at the game. I can't see the dog, but I assume he's got his dog with him. Focus on the important stuff, please, she says.
Chris Benjamin was the replacement keeper who came for 2 games. The ball is going to be changed here. Some tablets being given to
Derbyshire physio just administering a couple of tablets. Might be cramping up. Hasn't batted this long for Derbyshire. 78 balls for his 52. Matt Lamb. Bernard. The changed ball has been tossed to Matt Parkinson, who has a little look at it and then spins it from hand to hand. He gives it to Scott Borthwick, who has a look at it. He doesn't look massively happy. He said he's sure this is actually spherical. And then he gives it to Paul Coghlan, who's only bowled 2 balls of this over. Now they're going to work on the ball for another 15 minutes. Bernard does say, what is the actual over rate required per hour in 4-day games? 16 overs.
16, yeah. Coghlan then with his change ball, bowls to Reese, and that pitches just outside off stump, and then Daisy cuts through to the keeper. Look at what that tune is.
Yeah, it was that bug, mate. It's finished.
We'll never know then.
I could find out for you.
No, it doesn't matter. In comes Coghlan, and that's a wideish delivery which is left alone. That's very wide. That's nearly gone off the side of the track there.
We only had 1 wide in this match from memory. That was bowled by Ben Aitchison on day 1. Don't think there have been any others. We'll always check, of course.
Oh, that comes in, and this is cut hard. Off towards the point boundary for 2. And it's Reese who plays it, it's Rain who fields it.
Yeah, just the 1 wide in the match. It's not going completely there. Rupert Goldrick's been named the Derby County Player of the Season. That's a surprise.
Cut behind the slip cordon and away for 4 to vacant 3rd man. The pub's open. It's just looking very easy for
Very
Derbyshire at the moment, isn't
too
it?
easy, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, they haven't bowled as well as they have over the course of the match today. Certainly the Durham fast bowling quartet. Matt Parkinson appears to be leaving the field, presumably to find his hands in the changing room. More likely to change his boots. We'll like it the way they have to ask permission to leave the field. Just for a split second, somebody shouted and he turned around as if he'd done something naughty, but he's away to the changing rooms. So I assume that's Liam Travaskis who's come on to replace him. He was certainly 12th manning yesterday. Travaskis. And players are scattered far and wide on the leg side. Scott Borthwick's just shown the ball to the umpire. Graham Lloyd this time, the newish ball. It's only been in operation for 4 deliveries, but I think they've been told to get on with it. He's saying, look, we're playing in this gloom. If your bowlers put it in the right place, they should get some wickets. And here's Matty Potts, his 12th over of the innings. Bowls a short delivery, and he's just turned in a very controlled fashion into the leg side by Lamb, who moves to 53, 169 for 5. The deficit down to 118 runs now. Get this wiped off by...
Lunch?
No. I wouldn't have thought so. Certainly, I could get it wiped off well before tea and start building the lead.
118? Yeah. Partnership's about 77, 78, something like that. Right?
78. It's been good from these two. As Potts is in around the wicket to Lewis Reese, who pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run. In comes Clark to do the fielding.
Peter Dawson says the bowling is way too short. It has been, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's not been much at the stumps, really.
Considering they picked up 15 wickets yesterday by bowling stump to stump, you'd probably guess that was the way forward.
Barry Waller asks if I'm worried. No.
No, I wouldn't be worried from a Durham perspective at this early stage, as this next delivery is guided straight to the man at backward point. Clark again, this time off the bat of Lewis Reese. The score remains 169 for 5. Reese 24 off 52 came in yesterday evening at the fall of when Brooke Guest was dismissed with the score on 91. They added just 1 run before bad luck curtailed the day's play. A long way to go for a new ball as well, so they're going to have to soldier on with this one. Potts around the wicket, bowls to Reese, who turns it into the leg side. They run the first one quickly. Reese turns as though he's going to come back for the second. Carse picks up and throws in. And Reese moves to 25, 170. 4-5. It's weird how perceptions change, isn't it? Even in the first innings, if they'd have been for 170 for 5, you'd be going, well, they're really, I mean, they are still struggling, but, you know, what on earth is going on? And yet 170 for 5 represents quite a nice fight back from Derbyshire here this morning.
Yeah.
But they still trail by 117. Potts in, bowls a short ball, too short. And Lamb can easily sway out of the way of that one. Allowed to go through to Robinson.
Most of the short stuff's either been left or dispatched.
He hasn't been frightened of taking it on, has he, Matt Lamb, this morning, which is to his eternal credit. Otherwise, we'd have just seen a lot of swaying.
Got 2 on the leg side boundary in front of the... 3 out there in front of the pavilion. 1 on the hook. 2 on the pull.
Four out there, isn't it? One behind the side screen. This one is pulled into the leg side in front of square. It's going to go to... Oh, I assume he's Coghlan there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where he's been fielding. So it's dangerous to assume somebody is where he always has been. It wasn't Liam Travaskis. It was a very tall chap with 28 on his back.
It might be McKinney. He was 6'7".
He's tall, isn't he?
Ben McKinney.
It's the end of the over. That single from Lamb, 54 to him, 24 to Reese. And it's 171 for 5. The deficit 116. The county championship Twitter feed has just put that every time Cheteshwar Punjab reach 50, he converts to a century. He's got 3 double centuries.
Well, one of those was this week last year against Durham. The double 100.
Yeah, well, he's some player though, isn't he?
Yeah. Parkinson's going to come into the attack here. Bowled 2 overs yesterday.
For his boots. Does the leg spinner need bowling boots?
None for 3 in 2 overs. Durham needs something to happen here, because so far today the bowling's looked fairly blunt and, as Peter mentioned, too short. Really put any pressure on with the ball today. Bit of leg spin from Parkinson, then right arm over from the Finkel end, bowling to Lamb. Lamb forward, snuffs this one out. Ashthorpe's just tweeted a picture from up the road at Ropery Lane, Chester Street Cricket Club, where he's playing, well, they're playing Burnett Field today, aren't they? But I think he was away today. Parkinson in again, in the air from Lamb and out to safety through the covers for 4.
I don't think there's any reason to think that he won't take the leg spinner on, because he's been taking the quicks on, Matt Lamb.
Parkinson in again, he bowls. That has got a lot of flight on it, and it was quite wide, and Lamb tried to drive at it, and he's played over the top of the ball. It bounced off the keeper. Parkinson bowls. Lamb drives at that, cut off in the covers by Potts. Nice diving stop.
And the left. And did throw. Excellent work.
What was on the menu for the day? Can you remember?
I can remember what I was having on Thursday, and I'd only ordered it in the morning.
Parkinson once more. Lamb pushes this to Potts again in the covers.
There's every chance we'll get there.
Yeah. The worst matches are the ones that finish right on lunch, and you have to come and do the interviews, and when you get back all the food's cold. Oh, the dog's there.
Yeah, I've said that before.
All right.
Thanks for listening.
Lamb launches one up and away over the top of Borthwick at mid-on for 2. I thought when you mentioned the dog earlier you said he wasn't there.
No, said he was.
No. End of the over. 177 for 5. 6 runs from the over. Deficit now 110.
Tallest 12th man and tallest at 12th man in history's back. Is he called McKinney?
Ben McKinney. Michael Gordon's emailed. The email is entitled Dogs in Prams.
Excellent.
Hello, I briefly heard your discussion yesterday. If you search dogs in prams, you can see prams and strollers are a thing for dogs. Obviously an extension in the local pet superstore. They're bringing some sawdust out here. Who's Ben Rain back into the attack by license? Presumably you have to have your dog, Chihuahua to St Bernard, measured so it suits a preferred pram. File this under things I didn't know. I listened to things I didn't know. Cheers, Michael. Wrapped up in full skiing wear, but still suffering from mild hypothermia.
Here is Ben Rain beginning a new spell from the Lumley end, and the first ball is left alone outside the off stump by Lewis Reese. Go through to Ollie Robinson.
I was talking to a guy in the pub last night. Fred was in, the blind Glamorgan supporter who lives on our estate. So nice to see him, so I haven't seen him for a long time. And he was with a pal from Cardiff.
Here's Rain once again to Reese. A fuller delivery, that's better. pushed up to mid-off.
So Fred was studying down in Swansea, I think in the 60s, when he started following Glamorgan, but lives up here. Anyway, his pal from Cardiff was in the pub, and I said, "Oh, why have you come up? You just come up to see Fred?" He said, "Oh, I'm a Sunderland fan," but he had this broad Welsh accent, and I said, "Oh, what's the connection?" And he said, "I absolutely have no idea." I said, "Well, you just watch Sunderland?" He said, "Yeah." He said all of his friends were Man United fans when he was a kid, but he liked Charlie Hurley, so he thinks that was the link. So he's been watching Sunderland for 40 odd 50 years. Probably longer.
Rain bowls, that one keeps low outside the off stump. He had a little go at that, did Lewis Reese, as it went through to Ollie Robinson. It's done.
Said yesterday, didn't we? It needed one good big partnership.
Well, you did. I was poo-pooing the idea.
I know you were.
But yeah, you've been absolutely right. 86 off 119 balls, this one now. Probably needs 2, that's the problem.
Well, yeah, well, or a double 100, a double 100 partnership,
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, that would do it. Rain is in and balls to Reese, who guides this very pleasantly out towards wide, mid-off. Gets a single, moves to 25, 178 for 5.
The tracks do seem to have flattened out here in the last few seasons as the games have gone on. And especially since the square was relayed about 2 years ago. But I mean, you know, go back to that. Was it 2018 when Durham were out for less than 100 against Derbyshire and then put a big innings together, didn't they? In the second innings, back and won.
Happy days. Inching closer towards getting that deficit into double figures. 109 at the moment. As Rain is in to Lamb, who pushes it out into the offside. Coughlin does the fielding and there's no run. What?
There's another dog here.
Two dogs in the pram. Oh no, that one, like that one.
It's a little flip.
Yeah, nice.
That one of those cockapoo things, and his owner is eating a sandwich, and the dog is there.
He wants the sandwich. He wants that sandwich, doesn't he? He's just put his container back in the bag, and the dog is horrified.
The look of absolute deceit on his face.
Next delivery is defended by Lamb, almost on 1 foot, up to Ball's wicket mid-off, and it's the end of the over. Just the one run from it, 178 for 5, 60 to Lamb, 25 to Reese. The deficit is 109. The partnership is 87.
The little terrier in the bus chair, he's now looking at the guy with the other dog, so he's obviously downwind of the smell of the food and has become animated as well.
Brilliant.
Those cockapoo things cost about 500 or 600 quid.
He's a lovely looking dog, though. Well, I like the Jack Russell with the tail. When we were kids, they didn't have any tails, of course. That nonsense of whipping the tails off has been stopped.
They're calling for another helmet to be brought out here, so there's a delay before Parkinson starts his next over. I think they should just be made to get on with it.
Beddingham's going to go under the helmet because he's just given his floppy sun hat the first slip, and I assume it's Jones. And now he's taking it back, and now he's giving it him back again. What on earth is going on here? Just get on with the game. You're right. They should, I mean, go off for an over and put all your protective gear on, then come back. But don't mess about like this. This is just pitiful.
I remember when I was younger, and I'm sure we had one at Whitburn Cricket Club, but I remember at Headingley there was a hatch in the ground.
Yes.
And they used to put helmets in there.
Yes, I remember those.
Why does nobody do that anymore?
Oh.
Parkinson, right arm round, and a sweep shot from a Reese out towards the square leg boundary for 1. Well, my 12:32 is going to be up the Swanee very shortly, and Stadium of Light might be as well at this rate.
Can you claim your ticket back?
No.
No. Good.
It's a season ticket anyway, but last home game of the season today, unless they get it.
It's anything else, but
yeah,
because you're giving it away, hadn't you?
Defender here. Yeah, well, I gave it to Parky, but Parky's ended up having to umpire today. So there were all these plans in place in case Parky's cricket match was off today, but it's on, so he's umpiring, so he can't go to football anyway, so he's dropped the ticket back on mine.
Right.
So
it is available.
Yeah. Except there's no one in. So this is played by Lam out through the covers. So as I sit here all afternoon, my season ticket will no doubt be on the mat at the front door.
It's just offered everybody at Radio Derby a ticket for 20 quid. I don't know if it's his.
Will he not be in the press box?
He's doing the commentary, yeah.
They're charging you to get in the press box nowadays.
20 quid to go.
Parkinson round the wicket to Reese. Reese back into his crease, plays this out through the covers for one. Remember going to cover an FA Cup third round tie. Sunderland away at Tranmere. You remember the game when Tranmere substituted Clint Hill after he'd been sent off? You remember that one?
Is that the one where they had 12 players on the pitch for a while?
Yeah. And Sunderland thought the match would be replayed, and the FA said no.
No, just a genuine error by the officials, really.
Parkinson over the wicket to Lam.
Nowhere the Tranmere management trying to get one over on everybody.
Yeah, except they did. Yeah, that match.
Who won that?
Well, you could have played until 4 in the morning and Sunderland wouldn't have scored that day. They were dreadful. Parkinson in.
Nothing to do with the opposition keeping them quiet, presumably.
Well, yeah, of course it was. I think Tranmere were Division 3 at the time, weren't they? Sunderland were Premier League. Well, the Championship. Wayne Allison scored, but the point of the story being that when we arrived, Tranmere were trying to charge everybody in the press box for the programmes they were dishing out. So everybody handed them back. The lights are on here, and there's nothing happening from a Durham point of view with the ball. They've been rather flat this morning. Not put the pressure on these two that I thought we might see, and so far it's been fairly straightforward for Reese, who's on 27 from 58 balls, and Lam on 61 from 93. As Reese defends this one from Ben Rain, and the deficit's been chipped away at and chipped away at. It's now down to 106 as Derbyshire follow on here. One wicket could turn everything on its head here, but there's been little sign of one so far. Nearly an hour and a half's worth of play today. They brought Lees in as a short extra cover for Rain. As he bowls to Reese. Reese cuts this into the ground and it's cut off by Clark at point. Floodlights have been on since just before play began, and we've never seen anything of the sun. We've just got this sheet of grey, murky cloud, and it's a dull day. I gather it's like this across most of the country as well. Played away by Reese off the leg stump here, down towards square leg for one. So these two came together quite late last night when Guest was out LBW to Rain for 35. 91 for 5 at the time. That was towards the end of the 27th over, and we're now midway through the 49th. So they have put on 91 runs and 132 balls. And 182 for 5. Rain bowling to Lam from the Lumley end, running in towards us. Lam forward to this, plays it up to mid-on, no run there. Picked up by Potts. Just a handful of people in the stand tower, right? The double-decker stand. Seven people in there that I can see. There's a few around just to our right and down below us, but the majority of those who are here in the northwest stand, far side of the ground. Best angle of view really, the last section of seats towards the car park right at the end of the health club. They're more or less as close to being behind the bowler's arm as you can get, plus a few down towards our left just at this end. And the attendance boosted by at least 2 dogs that we can see as well. Few in the pavilion. Rain in bowls, and Lamb is forward to this one, and off it goes to the point area, cut off by Coghlan. If these two get Derbyshire to lunch, then actually that might be a good thing from Durham's point of view. Might work against Derbyshire, the lunch break, because they've batted well, they've had a good partnership together, and that break and interruption, 40 minutes, would, you often see, come in handy from a Durham point of view. You see it from a team who are out in the field who need ideas and need a break, something to go their way with the ball. Tees off, often an interrupter of progress for a batting side, I notice. 182 for 5. Just the 1 run from that over from Rain. So Rain's bowled 15 overs now, 2 for 47, 2 maidens. Parkinson none, 12 from 4. Other bowlers so far: Potts 1 for 48 from 12 overs. Carse 1 for 25 from 10. Coghlan 1 for 34 from 8. May well be getting into the territory here where we do see Carse bowling again. For now though, it's Parkinson with his leg spin, right arm round from the Finkel end. That's swept to the square leg boundary by Reese for 1. Yeah, Fred's listening. Right. This is right arm over this time to Lamb, who plays the ball back along the ground to Parkinson. Parkinson comes in and bowls, and a sweep from Lamb down towards long leg. There's nobody there. That's going to race away for 4. Straight too far down the leg side there, Parkinson, so Lamb moves on to 61. 183 for 5. 65, sorry. Scoreboard froze for a moment or two there. 65, 187 for 5.
Susan just called them Derby. I didn't have the bottle to correct her on air.
50th over, Parkinson to Lamb. That's gone in the other direction towards point this time. Couple of balls left to go. So Fred, who I was talking about, his email, he said, "Heard you mention myself and Roger today on the commentary. Looks like you won't be able to get to the match," which Roger's going to. He says, "I started supporting Glamorgan from 1952 when I went to school in Worcester."
Obviously.
Yeah. Parkinson round the wicket and bowls. And that's hit the pad, but it was outside the line of off stump. He said, "Everybody supported a county then, and I didn't have a county as I lived in Northumberland and Durham." Oh, so I lived in Northumberland and Durham didn't have a first-class team. And my hero was Don Shepherd. Did some commentary with Don at Swansea in 2017. Parkinson round the wicket, he bowls. This is flicked away by Reese through mid-wicket for 1 run. He said, "I was lucky enough to meet him by accident in Hove in 1990. He and Ed Bevan invited me to join them, and I've been travelling to their matches ever since. Funnily enough, I'll next catch up with them in Hove. Nice to see you last night. Best wishes, Fred." Nice to see you too, Fred. Thanks for the email. Damo says it's nice and sunny in Cambridge.
Excellent.
That's handy.
Yeah.
No doubt you'll be out cutting the grass later on then.
It's got to get up through the roadworks. The sunshine on the A1. It'll be about Thursday by the time it gets here.
Yeah.
Look at that. 189 for 5. 27-run partnership.
England's Barmy Army asking followers, what's the most disgusting or odd thing you found in your cricket bag after a winter break? I can imagine there'd be some horrendous things.
I've had a bat once. No idea what to do with it. Here's Ben Rain bowling around the wicket to Lewis Reese, who turns that into the leg side, but it's fielded by Alex Lees.
A bat with wings?
No, a bat made out of wood with a handle on it. I have no idea.
Is that the joke? Right.
No idea how I got that, Martin. Thanks for listening, though.
No. I know you said a bat, but I thought, well, he doesn't obviously mean a cricket bat.
I did.
Yeah.
Disgusting things.
What, cricket bats?
Well, entirely useless in my hands.
Were you a bowler?
Rain in and bowls to Reese. A full delivery, just about gets some bat on that, and the ball dribbles into the leg side, hence the oohs and the ahs.
John says it's cracking the flags in Norfolk as well. Well, Norfolk and Cambridge border each other. Let's see how far north we can go before the sun's in and it's cloudy. Let's try Rutland. Anybody in Rutland? You got cloud cover there today?
We'll have it most of the day today. In comes Rain again around the wicket, bowls to Reese, strikes him on the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket, not out, says umpire Lloyd. Outside the line.
Ooh. Tell you what, that was tight. Maybe possibly too high? I don't know. It looked to be around about off stump.
Better pitch though. He's coming around the wicket now, isn't he? Which is just going to make it that bit easier for him to get a leg before wicket to the left-hander. Reese will be fully aware of that. He's on 30. 189 for 5 as Rain comes in again and bowls to him, and that one's down the leg side. He tries to flick it away. Desperation setting in as the mid-on and the mid-off both appeal for a catch down the leg side that nobody else was interested in. This will be frustrating for the...
Is it chicken and leek pie today?
It could be.
Was that in the list?
It came at Bristol's rattling along, isn't it? They're still in the first innings of the match.
Yeah.
149 for 5, Sussex.
Well, that Durham game at Derby when they won in sort of late August, September 2013, Durham was still in the first innings of the match on the final morning and bowled Derbyshire out twice that afternoon.
There's Rain in and bowls to Reese. Now they're appealing after the ball comes off the middle of the bat out into the onside. I particularly enjoyed the appeal from Beddingham at square leg. Would have had the perfect view. I think we've got a better view, and we can't tell from here, but he's got no view at all. It's turning into a Saturday afternoon village match. People on the boundary appealing for leg before wickets before long.
Oh, look, you're on the verge of a maiden here, Dave.
His third, it would be, as he bowls to Reese, and it is indeed. His third maiden, 16 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 47 to Ben Rain, Derbyshire, 189 for 5, 66 to Lamb, 30 to Reese. And this partnership remains at 98 runs.
Everybody.
The dogs have disappeared, they're all off for lunch.
Must be a doggy diner somewhere around. Everybody looks chilly out there. They're all wrapped up against the elements.
It's not great, is it?
You know, it's interesting you say playing cricket in April. It's only 2 or 3 years ago, my wife's birthday. We were in the lakes, and her birthday's April the 21st, and it was red hot. And we were paddling on Windermere. It was absolutely gorgeous.
Well, last April was glorious. We were always going to get caught out at some point, though, weren't we?
Sports Extra have come to us for 5 minutes. There's nothing to tell you. Parkinson, right arm round, bowls, and you're not going to believe this. Michael Tilbrook, the weather's fine here in Rutland and warm.
She'll move down there. Well, the story today is one of Derbyshire dominance, which I haven't said for the first 2 days.
Durham haven't taken a wicket today. Derbyshire 189 for 5. And this is Dragged around the corner by Lamb, who is now on 68 as he runs two. Ball's gone down towards sort of backstop area. And the partnership has just got to 100 from these two. A much needed 100 partnership, because Derbyshire were 91 for 5 when they got together last night. So Lamb has scored 64 of those, Reese 30, and it's coming 149 balls.
But a really good effort from these two. Matt Lamb could have been out when he hit a 6 out to mid-wicket. But Graham Clark couldn't hold on. Tried to push the ball back, hit the rope.
Next ball from Parkinson as he's bowling around here is just defended by Lamb. So Derbyshire looking to get back into the pavilion at lunchtime without losing a wicket. This is a sweep shot down towards long leg for 2 by, and there's going to be a
No ball.
no ball signalled off a spinner.
It's the second one he's bowled in this match, isn't it?
Bowled one last night as well.
Yeah. Virtually impossible to do, you would have thought. Deficit down to 92 now. Should be able to declare by mid-afternoon tomorrow.
Parkinson in again, and this is coming
Jaws.
our way. It's going to go for 6. Oh,
Yes.
it's hit the sponge. 6 exactly. Should get extra points for that if you hit the sponge, right?
No question about it. In fact, there should be little targets at various points, and if you could get 5s and 6s and 7s at different places, that'd be good.
200 up as well.
We've got a sponge here at the riverside, all the way around. Well, I say all the way around. All the corners have got gaps, but very exciting.
Parkinson in again, and Lamb drags this out towards long leg, goes down on one knee and pulls hard at it. 1 run.
Parkinson 5 overs and 5 balls, 32 runs conceded. Not looked like getting a wicket at all this morning.
Parkinson around the wicket again. This one stays fairly lowish, and Reese just taps it off to the side, end of the over. No run.
202 for 5. Derbyshire. Lamb has 77 from the 105 balls that he's faced. Lewis Reese has 30 from 72. 6 overs for 32. Matt Parkinson on an initial 1-match loan from Lancashire at Durham. Ben Rain is going to continue from the Lumley end, with Scott Borthwick looking like he's going to have a go, wheeling his arms around. Rain 16 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 47. Billy Godalman twice yesterday, leg before wicket. Now he's bowling to Matt Lamb on 77, and Lamb doesn't quite time a drive up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Matty Potts. There's no run.
This actually looks like we're watching a different match today, doesn't it, compared to what we've seen?
Certainly from from both sides. I don't think the bowling's been anywhere near as good as it was yesterday, and the batting has been immeasurably better than it was yesterday. So yes, I would concur. Lamb waits, and Rain pushes this one out into the offside. Well, Coghlan does the fielding. Is it Coghlan? Might not be Coghlan. It's Coghlan, which is good. Didn't realise he was that tall, but he's a lot closer now, so obviously it looks a bit taller than he did when he was out on the mid-wicket boundary. Lights have been on since the start. It's uniformly grey up above,
But it's nice in Cambridge and Norfolk and Rutland.
which is the main thing,
Yeah.
I always think. Rain comes in again, bowls to Lamb, who guides this down to backward point. There is a man on the boundary. It's Brydon Carse, so they'll only get the 1. And that moves to 78, 203 for 5. Not much chat out there really from the Durham players, but 1 wicket would see them into it. You would have thought Zach Chappell in next, then Mark Watt, Ben Aitchison and Sam Connors.
All those people bragging about the sunny day in Cambridge and Suffolk, it's heading your way, this murk. It's swirling round, so anything south of the Wash and that eastern side is in sunshine, but everything else in the country is under murk.
Rain's next delivery keeps low, and Reese just manages to get the bat down on that one, push it out into the offside. There has been a little variable bounce, even from day one.
They've gone again.
Who else?
Sports Extra.
I realised they were here, really.
They came and they went.
Why did they bother?
I know. Right, this line of murk drifts all the way across the North Sea and across the middle of Denmark as well.
What's going on here? Umpire Lloyd is pointing at something. Matt Lamb says, well, while you're pointing, I'll have a drink. They want the ground staff, I think, to come and do something, but the ground staff are in their hut somewhere away to our right.
They're on the walkie-talkie now, aren't they? Do they need more sawdust or something?
Well, they've got plenty. But the game, once again, is ground to a halt. Why? We know not.
Yeah, oh, there we go. So who's Burton got again at half-2?
I'm telling you, 2:30.
Well, you said you wanted to be watching the footy at half-2, didn't you?
Well, I was hoping it would rain by 2:30.
Ah.
Then it'd still go off.
Oh, Cambridge, wasn't it?
Yeah, they're at Plymouth. Thanks for listening.
Plymouth? I thought you said Cambridge.
No, because you went off on a rant about your trip to Plymouth. Do you not remember?
Oh, right, okay.
One of your
Yeah.
amazing stories.
It's quite a nice ground, Plymouth now, isn't it? They've built
Yeah.
this sort of U-shaped
Yeah.
cantilever stand.
Now, umpire Debenham is in conversation with the ground staff away to our right on the boundary's edge, while umpire Lloyd hasn't bothered to walk there, so he's talking to them via the walkie-talkie. What on earth they're talking about, I've no idea, and now Graham Lloyd is slowly walking towards the boundary away to our right. One of the ground staff's gone off. Looks like an off-duty fireman, and his those trousers that have got the little reflective bit around the calves.
That's Mark, the groundsman. Who are you talking about there?
No, they've gone walking off around the boundary towards the Lumley end, and perhaps we can get on with the game. I don't know.
Nothing wrong with his sight screen?
It hasn't changed, does it?
No.
That flag that's flying has been flying for the entire match. I can't see that anything's changed, unless there's a car out of our sight that's got its lights on or something.
The second end panel on the sight screen, left-hand side, bottom.
A gap
There's a
in it.
gap there, yeah. And there's a car park behind it, it might be.
Now, umpire Ben Debenham is going to take advantage of this this enormous break in play to nip off.
Oh, remember, lunch was meant to be 1:10, but it's about 1:20 at this rate. They're moving the barriers. What are they going to do?
Smash some...
Is it that flag?
Well, that flag's been there for the entire match.
What are they doing?
Goodness knows. Can I tell you what's happening elsewhere?
Go on then.
Nothing. In the second division, Sussex have declared 455 for 5. So presumably they declared once Chiteshwar Pujara was out. Let's have a look. He was on 150 odd the last time I looked. He, in the end, he made 151. Yeah, he was out, and they carried on. Finn Hudson-Prentice, the Derbyshire man, made 29 not out. Gloucestershire just getting underway in their first innings in Grace Road. Leicestershire were all out for 407, and Glamorgan are currently 235 for 7, trailing by 172. So Leicestershire just about on top in that match. They've now got a tractor. They're going to move the side screen. They're going to move the side screen with a tractor.
Right, well in that case there's a car parked at the far end of the sight screen and they are moving it with a tractor.
And it's moving. So all's well that ends well. So it's Lewis Reese who's caused the hold-up.
So he's only faced 73 deliveries and now decides there's an issue with the sight screen.
Bizarre.
That was like Darwin Milan here in the Bob Withers Trophy, batting out there for ages, suddenly decided our window was an issue and wanted it closing. And we said no, we weren't allowed to because of COVID protocols, and we ended up with this Mexican standoff. How long's that taking there, Dave?
15, 16 hours. Here's Ben Rain.
Be out now.
He's got 2 balls left of his over. He bowls to Reese, who leaves that one alone, and it keeps tailing in as it goes past the stumps. He's not taken cleanly by Robinson, but won't have missed the off stump by much, judging by the reaction of Ben Rain. Just for completeness, Warwickshire 14 for 1 in their second innings, still trailing Surrey by 117. Kent 95 for 3 in their second innings, leading Middlesex by 52 runs.
Away man says it must be called there because it's raw in SR6.
Next delivery from Rain is defended by Reese into the onside, and the longest over of the season comes to an end. 1 run from it, 203 for 5, Derbyshire, 78 to Lamb, 30 to Reese, the deficit 84.
Damo says I've got a pre-season cricket match down here in the glorious confines of Cambridgeshire, the village of Fen Ditton. That sounds nice, doesn't it? Our first are playing a 2020 competition and they're the only team not in coloured kit.
Amateurish. Amateurish.
The amateurs of Fen Ditton.
No coloured kit.
Picturing tithe barns around the village green and thatched cottages in Fen Ditton.
I'd have thought so.
Yeah.
But it floods a lot.
This is defended around about leg stump by Lamb from Parkinson. 203 for 5, and deficit is shrinking all the time. Partnership's 112, deficit's 84. Parkinson again. Lamb goes for a reverse sweep on one knee and flicks it off towards third man. It might actually go for 4. Lees chases all the way to the boundary and fields it. He gets 2 instead.
What a throw. Brilliant. Slightly off balance, and Robinson didn't have to move. Had a lot of time there, didn't he, Lamb?
Yeah. This one skids in quite low and is played to short leg by Lamb. Continuing again, bowls. Lamb plays this up to mid-wicket. Durham have not looked like getting a wicket at all this morning, and as a result of that they haven't.
Cricket's the winner though, isn't it? That and the electricity company.
Yeah, and it's the side screen removal firm. Parkinson bowls, Lamb defends. Anyway, I think it's pie today.
Pie?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent.
I think we're going down the Pie Avenue.
Unless it was chicken, in which case I won't have ordered it.
Defended. Do you not like chicken?
No.
No. End of the over. Just the 2 from it. 205 for 5 here on the BBC. Well, certainly wasn't expecting a straightforward morning from a Derbyshire point of view like the one we've witnessed. I think Durham will be happy that lunch is just around the corner. Get in, have a discussion. Go out and try again in 40 minutes time. Still got 15 minutes to lunch though.
Ben Rain begins a new over to Lewis. Reese turns it into the leg side. And there's no run. It's his 18th over. 5th of this spell. 2 for 48. As we speak. Just the one slip now. Around the wicket to the left-handed Lewis Reese, who waits stock still, then pushes it out into the offside, raises his bat to say no because it's Paul Coghlan coming in to do the fielding. These two have added 114 for the 6th wicket from 168 deliveries, 168 deliveries. Quite remarkable. And this next delivery from Rain is driven up to mid-off, where Matty Potts has been fielding. Brydon Carse warming up. It was Potts who fielded. And if they put on 114 for this wicket, it means they put on 113 runs today, because they scored 1 last night. And Bad Light curtailed play at 92 for 5. Brooke Guest out 1 run earlier for 35, led before wicket 2, Ben Rain. He was on his way in again. Bowls to Reese, who clips this into the leg side. The leg side is reasonably packed. In fact, there's a lot of fielders around the bat now, not too many far out. I think they've dispensed with any short ball tactics. It was nicely fielded by David Beddingham, diving to his right. The furthest away from the bat is Matt Parkinson down at long leg. A slip and a backward point. Cover and a mid-off, a mid-on, couple of mid-wickets, 1 close in, shortish square leg and that long leg as Rain bowls, and that one is driven out towards the cover boundary by Lewis Reese. That'll go for 4. Beautiful shot from Lewis Reese, who's having a really good return to the first team. Got a half century in the first innings, and now he's up to 34 in the second. Derbyshire 209 for 5. The deficit is 78, and the partnership is 118. I'm going to start apologising for my pessimism overnight. Reese, who always looks at the stumps before he settles, and now he is. And Rain is in, and he guides this out into the offside. And there is no run. It's the end of the Ben Rain. Over 18 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 52. His figures now. And we've seen enough of Matt Parkinson for this particular spell. 5 overs for 31. Parkinson 7 for 34 in all in this second innings. And we're going to see Brydon Carse return from the Finkel end. There we go. They probably spelled his name right on the scoreboard as well. Bless him, the O in Lewis. The extra N in Aitchinson, and apparently I didn't see it, but we might see it at some point today. Only 1 L at the end of Chapel, but apart from that, it was a terrific effort. Just 3 of the 11 names incorrect.
Here's Carse bowling to Lamb. Lamb goes down on 1 knee and punches the ball out to the covers.
What's he playing that?
Interesting shot.
Yard outside the off stump.
Computer says temperature rise here.
Up to 6.
I wonder where it thinks we are. Croy, where on earth is Croy? Brydon? I've never heard of Croy.
No idea.
Carse in, Lamb forward to this one, plays it out towards the covers for 1. Nearly 1 o'clock.
Yeah, that's the problem with having 10 past 1 lunches, isn't it?
Yeah.
You invariably miss your 1 o'clock update because you think, well, that'll be when lunch arrives.
Yeah.
I'll see you in a minute.
Carse is going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Reese, right arm round. Reese cuts, the ball goes wide of Parkinson at mid-off, and he has to chase across towards the covers. 1 run. Well, this has not gone in any way, shape or imagination like Durham would have A, expected, and B, imagined today. Brydon Carse. Right arm over to Lamb. He comes in and bowls. Lamb defends. There's still I mean, I never even thought we'd be thinking about this today, but 50, where are we? 24 overs to the new ball. So if Durham can't break this partnership by then, you'd imagine Derbyshire will be building a lead. The deficit is 76 at the moment. Lamb stands bat raised as Carse bowls. That's played past point, that's away for 4. Skips away through the outfield to the boundary in front of the pavilion. I don't know if there's less pace in the wicket today. The pitch is just flattened out. In the grey skies with the lights on all morning, you would have expected better bowling from Durham than this and more pressure on them, but all credit to these two batsmen. They've stood firm. They've just been tenacious and plugged away. Lamb's batted really nicely, played some lovely shots for his 85, 118 balls he's faced. Reese is on 35, but he's eaten up 82 deliveries. $215 for 5. Carse turns. Lamb is on strike as Carse comes in past the umpire and bowls. Lamb plays this one to point. Update coming for Radio Newcastle in a moment or two. Reminder, these two got together last night. 91 for 5 it was, and they only added the 1 run before the close of play. 11 overs, lost the bad light. They've now put on 124, 123 of those runs this morning. Update now. Well, the lights have been on all morning here, and I think Durham were hoping for a quick turnaround today and get this game in the bag, but they haven't managed to take a wicket. And so far, a partnership of 124 runs has developed between Matt Lamb, who's on 85, and Lewis Reese, who's on 35. So they added just 1 to their partnership when they went off a bad light last night, but they've never looked in trouble. The bowling doesn't seem to be as intense as it was. I don't know if the pitch is flattened out or what, but Durham haven't taken a wicket this morning. Derbyshire 215 for 5, following on of course, and they still trail by 72, and we're off for lunch in about 10 minutes time. I think it's chicken pie today. Ball played into the ground by the toe of the bat from Reese there, and through to the keeper. Lewis Reese is no slob with the bat either. He's got 27 50s and 800s. Highest score of 184 against Sussex 4 years ago. Last season 116 at home to Leicestershire. Got 620 runs last year at an average of 32. Made 106 here against Durham in Chester Street in 2017. And 122 in a draw here in 2020. Next ball is played safely away on the outfield. On the offside, no run there. Matt Lamb was with Warwickshire throughout the age groups. Debut against Somerset in 2016. From Wolverhampton originally, through the Warwickshire Academy, and joined Derbyshire for this season. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment on 85. Reese on 35 plays this delivery towards short mid-wicket area. Mildly surprising, Dave, eh?
Slightly more than mildly.
Slightly more than
I would say, yes. But welcome nonetheless. I've just suggested on the bulletin that it's the best session of the season for Derbyshire.
Rain round the wicket balls, defended by Reese. I think lunch is going to change all this. Interrupt their concentration.
It can do, can't it? Yeah, the batsman would want to just bat on and on and on, wouldn't they? But Mere 75 overs left today. It'll get darker at lunch, of course.
Yeah. Awful. First real false shot of the day from Reese there. He's pulled a short ball.
That's the slower ball bounce you were talking about the other day. Who did that get?
Sussex.
Yeah.
Bajara.
Yeah, that was a slower ball, wasn't it? And he was through the shot too early.
Yep. It's a maiden. He's pulled it out towards mid-wicket. There's two men in there, but it's just bounced short of either of them. Yeah, he got Pajara on the an ultimate night just before the close of play.
Some wicket to get, by the way.
It's a good catch from Mike Jones as well. Is he over 8 +2 or -2? -2. Had lots of messing around though, haven't they? New over from Carse. And, Lamb looks to cut. It's gone underneath his bat through the keeper. They've had the delay for the side screen and varying other bits and bobs.
That won't be factored into that because that only changes at the end of every session. 30 overs today, isn't it? Or 29 overs. Ball.
Carse into Lamb. Lamb defends. We literally have no idea when this game will end, but I hope the roadworks are still roadworks and not a full road closure later on if you're trying to pick your way home.
That's it, we finished today.
Yeah.
The odds would still be on that.
Past the Lamb. It's a short one and he looks like he's nearly chopped on there. And then he goes for a wander and the keeper throws the ball at the stumps but misses them. He's tried to connect to a ball which was short, way outside the line of off stump, and he's hit it with a corner of the bat, the toe, bottom corner, and dragged it down into the ground just past the off stump. Is it going to take something like that, a poor shot, a momentary lapse in concentration?
Yeah, strange shot to play at so close to lunch, wasn't it, really?
Yeah. 3 balls to lunch, I would suggest. Comes Carse, he bowls, this has turned off the legs to backward square leg for 1. But they might yet get time for another over in here, you know. It says 8 minutes past 1 on the scoreboard.
I assume that's the clock they go off. The one on the old scoreboard pretty much says 5 past 1.
Mm. Balls of the over left. Well, Carse is doing his bit to make sure this is the last over before lunch. Balls to Reese. Reese pulls at that one. It goes out towards the deep square leg boundary. There's a man out there, 1 run. Fielded by Clark.
Might end up in sports scene, eh?
Not tonight. Tonight.
No, 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Saturday today, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be the last ball, isn't it? Nobody's in a hurry for this one to be delivered. Carse is standing at his marker, altering his field. Lamb doesn't want to face it. He's gone for a walk off towards square leg. Clock's clicked on to 10. Isn't that handy? It's taken 2 minutes to bowl 2 balls here. Right, here comes Carse. Lamb defends, and actually it runs up towards the far end, and there's a shy at the stumps from Borthwick, but he misses the target, rolls way across the other side of the ground. And that is that for the morning session. Very much Derbyshire's session. They haven't lost a wicket. They've gone from 92 for 8 to 218 for 5. The deficit drops to 69. And the partnership has gone up to 128 from 191 balls. So Lamb on 87, Reese on 36, and there are still 74 overs to go today. We'll leave it there. We'll go for lunch. See you in 40 minutes' time.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospectors now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sights, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Oh, that's 6. That's a biggie.
Lovely use of the feet. Excellent from Travaskis.
And he's gone.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programmes that both enhance. And transcend the sport in our region. But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
A welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
Equity.
Diversity.
And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, 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 for everyone. Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Rod Stewart in concert.
Well, welcome back to Chesley Street for the afternoon session on day 3, isn't it?
See, and I've just written, I didn't know that because I've just written it, but I've got to do a piece into the sports show opener at 2 o'clock.
Day 3 of Durham against Derbyshire. Derbyshire's morning, no wickets fell. The pitch does look like it's slowed. Doesn't have the life in it that it did yesterday, but credit to Lewis Reese and Matt Lamb. Lamb on 87, Reese on 36. They've put on today 126 runs in the morning session, and their partnership is 127 now. And they've never really looked at any risk at all so far. So, will lunch be to the benefit of Durham or to them? Is this your end?
I can do this end if you want. Ben Rain begins the afternoon session, and it's turned into the leg side for a couple of runs by Matt Lamb, who moves up to 89 off 125 balls.
I've just been sent a list of times that I'm needed this afternoon, which I didn't really think I'd need to write any of these down earlier.
No, I'm going to be required 3 times. Re-kick-off.
2:20 to 2:30. That's quite a wide
range. Time around then.
Yeah. Well, they'll have to give me cue.
Rain in. That's defended by Lamb back towards the bowler. No run. Yes, that's a good shot. Actually, I'll write mine down. Doesn't mean I'll remember them, of course, but I'll write them down. 2:32 and 2:48. What are the chances of them hitting those?
Well, I've got 2:20 to 2:30, 3:55 and 5:05. 3:55 is normally about the time the ref's blowing his whistle, isn't it?
They do take forever, halves of football these days, yeah, absolutely. Rain in again, bowls to Lamb, who drives, but doesn't really time it out into the offside. Brydon Carse warming up furiously to our right. He's fielding it sort of 10 yards in from the point boundary. 2 men on the leg side boundary, one at square leg and one at long leg, not too far apart.
What did you have for lunch?
Eventually I had lasagna. This next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Lamb, no run.
I'd gone for chicken noodles, there wasn't any chicken.
Yes, you were the only one who went for chicken noodles. Noticed. Brave choice.
Yeah, sometimes I just feel lasagna's just a little bit too greasy for me.
I don't think food's ever been too greasy for me. That's what's keeping me going. The grease. 5th ball of the over from Ben Rain, bowls it to Matt Lamb, who turns it into the leg side. Almost topples over in the process. After days of not receiving any WhatsApp messages, now a Saturday afternoon, and there's a whole flurry of them. None of them relating to me, of course. Final ball of the first over of the afternoon session on day 3, then Ben Rain runs towards us, bowls to Lamb and strikes him on the pad. Head on. Hand on head, not head on hand, hand on head. Dot ball to finish with 2 off the over, 220 for 5, the deficit 67. Lamb up to 89, Reese still on 36.
22 overs from the new ball as well. Durham might need at this rate.
Well, at the current run rate, Derbyshire would be in front when the new ball is taken, which is just a staggering thing to say out loud.
Durham have confirmed at lunch that Matt Kuhneman is heading home with a back injury.
Oh, so we can get that interview back out again. Chief Exec. Excellent. Shame that.
Nice lad. Settled in well. Played well. He was quite excited to be here as well, his first stint in county cricket. Carse bowling from the Finkel end, round the wicket to Reese, who's on 36. This is played off towards square leg for 1. I went upstairs during the lunch interval out onto the roof where the camera gantry is, and it is bitterly cold up there. Yeah. And the camera guy's under a little gazebo, but he's frozen to the bones up there. And it was spitting as well. There's quite a bit of moisture in the air.
Griff said it was the coldest he'd been all season, and I noticed as he goes to take up his place in the
members room next to the fire.
Yes, in the seats away to our left in front of the pavilion. He's put an extra coat on.
Yeah. Carse over the wicket to Lamb, and Lamb clips that past backward point, and it's off towards the third man boundary for 4. There's nobody out there. Clark chases after it, but he can't get to it. Has he got shorts on today? Has he been?
Oh, he's got his jeans on.
Yeah.
Shorts day 1, I think.
Yeah.
But not since. Understandable. It's unpleasant for watching if you're just sitting in the same place. I think you've got to be moving, haven't you? But if you're at a club game, you can sort of walk around the boundary and backwards and forwards to the bar.
In comes Carse. He bowls. It's a short one. Goes through to the keeper.
Can't be any updates yet, Martin.
Hmm? .225 for 5. I just can't see any rain in the air at the minute. Carse bowls. This is defended on around about off stump. It's a no ball. That brings the deficit down to 60. Lamb's on 93, so he's heading for his 4th century. 3 for Warwickshire. And it would be century number 350 against Durham in first-class cricket.
Milestone.
Carse bowls. And that's a half volley way outside of off stump, and it's given the treatment it deserves. It's been dispatched to the boundary for 4. Straight through the covers.
They simply haven't bowled well.
They haven't, have they?
They bowled like Derbyshire bowled on day 1, but without that hour before lunch. If they can have an hour, could wrap this game up, Durham, but if they carry on bowling like they have been today.
That's too short, and it's well wide of off stump, that one.
3 away. There goes Brydon Carse. That's the umpire now bowls, and I thought he played that straight into the ground, but he actually defended it back towards the bowler in the end. Shook his right hand, his bottom hand, as he took it off the bat handle. 1 ball left of the over. An over that has cost 13 runs so far, including the no ball. Derbyshire 231 for 5, trailing by 56. Carse then to complete his 13th over. He's in, and bowls to Lamb, a short delivery that Lamb ducks underneath. It goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. He's on 97 from 136 deliveries. Reese 37 from 90. The partnership 140 now. And Derbyshire 231 for 5, trailed by 56. Matt Parkinson rather optimistically warming up. Although we're getting to the point where they might want him to bowl a few overs with the old ball to get to the new ball.
Caught the end of the Blackpool-Millwall game last night. Blackpool relegated.
Indeed, that's good news.
There's about 97 teams all within a point of the playoffs now in the championship. Round the wicket comes Rain. Start with you over here bowling to Reese. Do you not like Blackpool?
No, it's just very handy for me when we're Burton away. So Wigan are coming down. That's good.
Yeah.
I really could do with Huddersfield just slipping up in the last couple of matches as well, rather than Reading.
I bet you could probably see Wigan's ground over your back fence, can you?
It's not far, about 8 miles from my house. Is it me? Ben Rain from the Lumley end bowls to Lewis Reese. And there's no run. I'm now being asked questions.
You're being asked questions?
Yeah.
What does the championship table look like? Sunderland is 7th, and they are a point behind Coventry, and 3 points behind Millwall. So they were ahead of Millwall on goal difference last night until Millwall won.
Rain in again, bowls to Reese, pushes it out into the offside. There's no run.
So 2 games to go, so 6 points, so they can get the 70. Probably still in with a chance of the playoffs if you're as far down as Swansea in 12th. Definitely are. Swansea are only 3 points behind Sunderland. Watford are 13th on 59. I think they could finish on 67, probably not enough for them. Reese plays this ball up to mid-off, no run there. It's got really chilly out there, and it's gloomy. Lights have been on all day. Point would be more or less enough in division, in the 3rd division for Plymouth Argyle to go up today. In come the bowler, and that's played to mid-on. Ipswich just behind them by 1 point, then Sheffield Wednesday are 3rd on 90. All the way down to 9th, really, teams in contention in League One for the playoffs. At the other end, some of the smaller teams going down. Forest Green Rovers down. And it's Cambridge and Accrington, Stanley and Morecambe who are in those remaining relegation spots there. So Reese looks to play this through the leg side, and it's come off his pad. Fly pad, misses the ball. But also not out of the equation yet are the teams above them. Nearly all the way up to Port Vale in 18th. Maiden from Rain. Leyton Orient up in League Two. And then really it's from 2nd all the way down to 8th in League Two, all in with a chance of the playoffs or promotion. Looks like Hartlepool though are going to drift out of the league after 2 years. Carse new over from him, bowling to Lamb. Lamb looks to cut and goes off towards the point boundary for 1. Takes him on to 98. Bernard says, methinks unless a Derbyshire batsman loses concentration and makes a mistake, Durham need to get to 80 overs as quickly as possible. The wicket looks very placid now, and some bowler needs to produce a magic delivery to break this partnership. Reese is on strike as Carse bowls and looks for a quick single and changes his mind because he's thrown it out to Potts at mid-wicket. He hits the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Lamb was back in his crease by then. Hard around the wicket now to Reese. Reese defends, ball rolls back towards the bowler. .234 for 5, deficit is 53. Carse round the wicket from the Finkel end, played by Reese off towards the square leg boundary for 1. That brings Lamb back onto strike on 98. As I mentioned earlier in the commentary, today's highest score was 173, Warwickshire against Essex 4 years ago. Last year he made 106 against Surrey and 155 not out against Northants for Warwickshire. This is his 44th first-class match. And he's now got 1,984 runs. He comes in and bowls, and Lamb plays that off towards the point boundary. It'll just be the 1. The average is 31, nearly 32. In first-class cricket. So he is just 1 run away from his 4th century. But Reese is currently the man on strike. As Carse comes round the wicket and bowls, Reese plays this one out into the covers and will get a single. It's picked up by Parkinson, running round from mid-off. So Lamb back on strike now. He's faced 138 balls. He's hit 3 sixes and 9 fours. And Dave get back in time before the next delivery is bowled. He's racing. This is as quick as I've ever seen him. He's here. Now he's out of breath and he's going to have to lie down.
I didn't even realise it was... I know it's close. He's on 99. Matt Lamb and Brydon Carse. The final ball is over. He's in and he bowls to him and he drives it straight back to the bowler and he remains on 99. Derbyshire at the end of the over. 237 for 5. Reese has 39. And they trail by 50. Almost seamless. I was hoping that he might get to his 100 before I did that little one at whatever time it was. 3:10 by the time they got through all the football, but we got there in the end. I'm pleased to say. Ben Rain from the Lumley end. Bowling to Lewis Reese. 21 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 54, Ben Rain. Terrific economy rate of 2.6. 2 overs for 2 runs since lunch. And he's in now and bowls to Reese, and that's turned into the leg side for at least 1. It'll be 2, in fact, if not 3. I think they'll settle for 2. Brydon Carse reaches the ball. Now they're going to come back for a 3rd as well. That's interesting. So they did take on Brydon Carse. His arm, he looks absolutely shattered as he throws the ball in. 3 to Reese, who moves to 42, and Derbyshire 240 for 5 now. 32 runs added since lunch in 20 minutes. The deficit down to 47. So here we go again. He's on 99, Matt Lamb. He steps away. He's ready now, Lamb, as Ben Rain comes in from the Lumley end, past the umpire, takes a step forward, struck on the pad, big appeal. Oh, he's gone. He's gone for 99. He was trying to drive the ball down the ground, and he's missed out on a century, Matt Lamb. Dismissed by Ben Rain in the Ben Rain manner, leg before wicket. Up went the finger of Graham Lloyd. 140 balls he'd been out there for. He hit 9 fours and 3 sixes. but he has gone for 99, and Derbyshire lose their 6th wicket on 240.
We added 149 to the score with Reese, and the deficit is at 47, so it was 196 when they came together. Now then, how will that change things?
Quite considerably, I would have thought.
He got a bit overexcited there, didn't he? He started walking down the track to the bowler.
Took 2 steps towards Ben Rain, and it's been his undoing. Straight away, his head went back. And there it is, Zach Chappell with 1L. Confirmed on the big scoreboard. A good effort to score 99 out of 149. Dominated that partnership with Lewis Reese, who may well now, well, definitely has to become the senior partner if Derbyshire need at least 200 runs from here to post any kind of challenging total, you would have thought. So it won't be easy. It was never going to be easy. Matt Lamb dismissed for 99, leg before wicket to Ben Rain. Wow. Chappell just doing a bit of a shadow batting as he comes in. At Marty Cricket for the tweet about the wicket that you've just heard. $240 for 6. Chappell just has a look round, checks where all the fielders are. There's a slip and I think that's a 1st and 4th really. Beddingham at 4th slip. In comes Ben Rain and bowls to Zach Chappell, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. You're regretting taking that 3rd run on the arm of Brydon Carse now. As he sits in the changing rooms, Matt Lamb with another 50 to his name. 9 of those and 3 centuries. Bit of a change in the field, couple of slips now. Alex Lees trots forward to move into 3rd slip. Beddingham, no, yeah, no, he's gone into West Gully. Or 5th slip. There comes Ben Rain. In and bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Zach Chappell. There is 1 here. I think that's all they'll take it is. As Parkinson comes in off the square leg boundary to do the fielding. So Chappell up and running. 241 for 6. Deficit 46. Do you know what the batsmen said to each other? We need these 46 runs. We're not going to lose by an innings. As I say, they're going to need at least a couple of hundred from here. We'll get somewhere close to Durham's 1st innings score of 452 for 9 to give their bowlers any chance. Reese waits. Turns this next delivery from Rain into the leg side for a single. Fielded by Carse. Reese moves to 43. Derbyshire to 242 or 6. Chappell will have 1 ball of the Ben Rain over to face. More than capable batsman. Zach Chappell. Big score on debut for Leicestershire at Derby, way back in the distant past. And he waits now as Rain bowls to him, and it's driven it up to Scott Borthwick. At mid-off, it's the end of the over. Chappell has 1, Reese has 43. The deficit is 45 with Derbyshire on 242 for 6. 5 runs off the Ben Rain over, but the wicket of Matt Lamb, leg before for 99, as he misses out on what would have been his 1st century for Derbyshire.
Rush of blood to the head, maybe, with a walking down the track with a bowler.
Yeah. Keep saying it, we'll all believe it.
Well, didn't he?
Well, he did, yeah, but you've already said that.
I know, but I'm just wondering why he did it. Reese in, Carse in, and Reese pulls that one off towards deep square leg for 1. He hadn't done that before in his innings. He'd been flawless, really.
Yeah, it didn't make any sense. But what does?
Bit of a delay here before the next delivery comes in. They're moving. They've got a leg gully in, short leg. 2 slips on the gully. Mid wicket as Carse bowls, a short one to Chappell. No run, he just ducks out the road of that one. Turned round the corner nicely by Chappell, down to fine leg for 1 off Carse. Worried that it was going to start raining at lunch. It was spitting, but it doesn't look like it's materialised into rain. As Carse bowls to Reese. Reese plays this off to point for 1.
The shadows are very obvious now, though, aren't they?
Yeah.
One of those irritating cars has just turned into the car park. You know, the ones where they've got headlights on, but when they turn, the headlight goes off and it turns into an indicator. That shouldn't be legal. Nor should those, what are they called? The really bright lights.
Oh, the
halogen ones.
Yeah.
They're a nightmare.
Well, they're LED now, aren't they?
Yeah.
Chappell on strike. Flicks the ball short on the leg side into the ground and onto Graham Clark. Carse right arm over, balls to Chappell. Chappell again gets on top of this one and fends it off on the leg side. End of the over, 3 from it. 245 for 6, deficit 42.
Still a long way for Derbyshire to go here. And slowly running out of wickets. Rapidly ran out of them yesterday. Very much slowly today. Just the 1 to go. Matt Lamb dismissed for 99. Not resting on the shoulders of Lewis Reese now. Broad shoulders he has, mind. A very fine first-class record as well. That Chappell with just a couple of 50s, including that 96 on debut for Leicestershire against Derbyshire some years ago. Lewis Reese on strike now. Ben Rain comes in from the Lumley end and he pulls this around the corner. It's in the air and it drops just short of Alex Lees at square leg. Clothed it into the leg side. Lees couldn't quite get there in time. And now the umpires, he's been hit because he's clothed it onto his helmet by the look of it, because he's taken his helmet off and the umpires are saying he'll have to go through the concussion protocol, which is absolutely right. Didn't see it come off his helmet, I have to admit. And whether it hit the bat or not, I'm not entirely sure, but it just looped into the leg side.
Who's the physio?
Is that bloke running on?
Yeah. He's
Scottish.
well, the coat's a big one, isn't it? It's like one of those long manager's coats.
I think it's a normal sized coat, actually. It's just a very short physio. Alex Thompson coming on as well as 12th man with a drink for Zach Chappell, who can't possibly be thirsty yet. He's only faced 7 deliveries.
You were Middlesex playing Kent?
I believe so.
10 wickets in the game for Tim Murtagh at Lords at the age of 41, and now 1,000 wickets for him for Middlesex across all formats.
Blimey. Well, Lewis Reese has been checked, but I don't think the check is complete, is it? Because he hasn't put his helmet back on yet. No, I think it is complete. Physio jogging off. Just over 4,500 first-class runs for Lewis Reese, mainly as an opener since he arrived at Derbyshire, certainly. But a more than useful man to have a little lower down the order. So hope he's okay after that blow. As rain is in again, and this one is another short one, and it's too short. It goes over his head and through to Ollie Robinson. Bit of a waste of effort, really. Ali Mackenzie. I thought he was Scottish. Apologies. Yes, I'm sure he is, isn't he? Thank you, Stephen. I was convinced he was Scottish. He's called Ali Mackenzie. You don't get much more Scottish than that, do you? I think that would enable him to play for the Scotland football team.
Mm-hmm.
And Rain is on his way in again. Bowls at a slower, loopier delivery that Reese keeps his eyes on and pushes it up to mid-on when it's fielded by Scott Borthwick.
They had Alan Aldridge, I think it was, on 5 Live a few weeks ago. He was talking about playing for Ireland, and
John Aldridge.
John Aldridge, sorry. Alan Aldridge is who I went to school with.
He
works for a cruise company.
Did he play for Ireland?
He didn't know.
Oh.
He hated sport. John Aldridge. And it was Cascarino, wasn't it, when it was claimed he wasn't actually Irish?
Well, he wasn't. He admitted it in his autobiography. That one is pushed out into the offside by Lewis Reese.
Well, this is the thing, you see, because John Aldridge said that was just a one-liner that he put out there for comedy effect, and he really was entitled to play for Ireland. So he thinks that's just a myth.
I'm not sure John Aldridge is clever enough to have come up with that. No, he says he claims Irish citizenship. This next one is pulled round the corner by Lewis Reese, down to one towards Matt Parkinson. He picks up another single. Andy Townsend told him to keep quiet about it. The FAI said that Cascarino was always eligible to become a citizen of the Republic of Ireland, as most people are these days, and was therefore always eligible to play for the country. And they got a passport of restricted validity in 1985.
It's a passport of restricted
No
validity.
idea, and there's no link to it, so I'm lost. But his mother's name was Teresa O'Malley, so that was enough. Very much like Ali Campbell. No, Ali Campbell's UB40, isn't he? Ali Mackenzie, this next delivery from Rain is pushed out into the offside by Zach Chappell, who's going to require some kind of... He's going to need new gloves, is he not? How can he change his gloves after 8 deliveries? Has he dived? I don't think he has. Anyway, end of the over, 46 to Reese, 2 to Chappell, 246 for 6. Derbyshire trail by 41 runs.
Well, it would appear we're having a better day here than some people just along the road. BBC News in the Northeast tweeting a story here: a music festival should be called off over health and safety fears revellers at the mudbath site of Smith. There have been traffic problems and issues with toilets, water supplies and disabled access at the Northern Kin Festival in Ushaw Moor in County Durham. Matty Potts back into the attack for Durham. They're going to be bowling to Reese, who's on 46. Around the wicket from the Finkel end. Reese plays the ball off down towards backward point for 1. The organisers say supply issues and adverse weather had created a perfect storm and they were deeply sorry and trying to resolve the problems. And there's a picture of an extremely muddy field with cars in it. What a short leg in here for Chappell, who's on 2. Deficit's 40. Puts in. Ooh. Oh, he's bowled him. Chappell tried to duck out of the short one there and then realised it wasn't getting up on him, and he's jabbed his bat on it and played it onto the stumps, and he's lost his middle stump. He's been bowled for 2. Now then, 3 wickets remaining. The deficit is 40. It's a peculiar dismissal, that one.
Reminiscent of the England wicket keeper. Remember that when he was bowled by a ball that he thought was going to hit him? What was his name? The lad at Notts.
Oh, Chris. No,
yeah.
Reed.
Chris Reed. Yeah. Well, having exposed one end, Durham have put themselves right back in the box seat here, and it's going to be Mark Watt next.
Cunning ploy.
Looking forward to seeing a replay of that dismissal, I have to say.
If you go on the NV scorecard, don't they put the clips up on their side, don't they?
On it.
Right, okay.
Very much so.
Okay. Just trying to help.
I've made 13. Was up to a wild swing off the bowling of Paul Coghlan in the first innings. We don't want to see a repeat of that. Hopefully he'll be more circumspect. And I'll put a massive amount of money on it. Pulled off his grill.
His grill, was it?
I think so. He ducked into a short one. It's hit his grill. He bounced into middle stump.
What, the new batsman? That's a bouncer down the leg side, which he's able to leave.
Bit unfortunate, but there we go. Chappell's gone. Getting the best of all worlds here. Won't get to see any of Blackrod. And we'll still be finished mid-afternoon. Terrific.
Potts comes in, and that's another bouncer down the leg side.
Negative bowling here from Durham.
Playing for the draw.
I sort of understand if you can direct a bouncer, then bowl one at the tail end, but shoving him down the leg side.
What's in again? Around the wicket. Watt plays the ball safely up to Parkinson at mid-off.
What happened to your 220 to 230?
Haven't heard anything from them.
Shocking. Just ignoring the cricket now.
I've got Q turned up, but there's nothing on the line yet.
Well, straight after the team news.
In comes the bowler. This is defended by Watt. Bernard says after one proper partnership, Derbyshire are now resorting to the way they played yesterday. How long can the remaining batsmen last for? 1 run and a wicket from that over. Durham came this morning hoping to wrap this up by lunch. They didn't get a wicket in the morning session, but that first wicket fell at 2:09. So that was Lamb. LBW to Rain for 99 at the start of the 63rd over. And then the second wicket coming midway through the 66th. So 2 for 7 in 3 overs, more or less. Parkinson from the Lumley end, bowling to Lewis Reese, who cuts the ball to the point boundary. He's going to come back for 2. He'll move on to 49 as a result of this. With 50 in the first innings, he was 56 not out. He's on 49 in the second. Oh, he defends this one. Gone forward. The ball appeared from this angle to be outside the line of off stump when the appeal came in. This will be the 36th time he's gone past 50 in first class cricket, and twice in this match. Looks to pad up to this one as well and steps a long way across. Goes to the keeper. 13 balls. He's only hit 3 fours actually. He's 49 so far. Bowler in again. Pads up to this too. Stepped so far across there that more or less whacked him up the bum. Parkinson's bowling right arm round, so he's coming from quite a wide angle here. And the ball's pitching way outside the line of off stump, so again he can just pad up, and then he turns this one round the corner for his 50 in 115 balls. Yes, well, there wasn't a wicket at all this morning. Durham came back today with Derbyshire on 92 for 5, following on and trailing by 195, and the first wicket didn't come until 2:09 p.m. and it was a really dramatic ending to Matt Lamb's innings as well, because he was on 99 when he decided to take a couple of steps down the track to a Ben Rain delivery, and he was out LBW. So that ended a partnership of 149 with Lewis Reese, who's just got to his second 50 of the game. He's currently on 50 from 115 balls, including 3 fours. I think that's the 35th time he's got there in first class cricket. But the departure of Lamb for 99 at the start of the 63rd over has then brought another wicket, because Zach Chappell came out. Matty Potts was brought in to bowl. He bowled a shortish delivery which Chappell tried to duck out of, but the ball didn't really get up, and it looks from where we're sitting as if it's deflected onto his stumps from the grill of his helmet perhaps, so he was out for 2. So they'd suddenly gone from 240 for 5 to 247 for 7, and trailing by 40 when that wicket fell. The deficit at the minute then, as they move on to 250, is where we are, 37 runs. So it could well be that Durham have to bat again, when I think a lot of people thought this morning they probably wouldn't be here at lunchtime given the speed and the rate in which the wickets fell yesterday. So 250 for 7, a batting point. It's not a batting point because it's second innings. It is 65 overs left to go today. Hopefully Durham don't need them. Just got to 250 there, which I was in my silly head thought was a batting point, and then I remembered this is the second innings, and all of that sort of stuff ended yesterday. So
yes, Derbyshire aren't going to get enough points to get off the bottom of the table from this game. It really won't be enough.
Potts starts a new over here. Well, he's actually, this is the second delivery. The first went for a single. 251 for 7, and he's on strike at the moment. Just let that one go.
35th time that Lewis Reese has got to 50.
Twice in this game.
Indeed.
He's got a couple of hundreds against Durham as well. Potts once again comes in, and that's out. It's dropped. It's dropped. Watt has played it straight to Scott Borthwick at mid-wicket, and it's gone through his hands. He was on none.
That's a shocker.
just seemed to totally be missided there, didn't he?
I don't know what happened, but it was awful. It's not like he does it for a living, though.
Potts in again. What defends? The ball bounces high and then goes short onto the leg side. Straight at him, wasn't it?
Yep. Straight in, straight out. Just be thankful he's not a footballer, otherwise they'd be putting the Benny Hill music to it.
Potts again comes in. That's got to be a no ball on height, surely. No? I wouldn't have reached that.
You on my shoulders wouldn't have got that. My back might have gone by then, but I don't think either of us could have got anywhere near that.
Don't talk to me about backs. Here comes the bowler. Turn to leg slip, who then has a shy at the stumps and misses the target. Backed up at the other end of the field by Matt Parkinson. It was Carse who was hanging around there with intent.
I find that surprising from Griff. You seen that one?
No.
The first time Reese has made 50s in both innings of a match.
Oh. Well.
Parkinson to continue from the Lumley end, bowling to Lewis Reese. Bowls to him and he pushes it out, presumably with as much pad as bat, if there was any bat. Parkinson appealing.
Al Burns says, I heard you chatting earlier about dogs at Durham Cricket. There's none in buggies here, but 4 I've spotted so far, including 2 yesterday. Pictures of dogs in the stand. I can't see which ground that is, though.
Reverse sweep from Lewis Reese picks him 4 runs up, down to where third man would have been to the left-hander. Nice shot from Reese, moves on to 55, deficit down to 31. Derbyshire 255 for 7.
I think one of them's the stand on our right-hand side last year, because a couple of the girls used to bring their little Yorkshire Terriers and sit them on their knees. Dogs at cricket. Probably a calendar somewhere, isn't it?
Yes. Bows of the colours of the county in their hair.
Yeah.
Parkinson over the wicket to Lewis Reese, who goes to cut it and misses.
Dogs at polling stations has become a thing, hasn't it, in recent years?
I've already voted. I haven't got a dog. Parkinson bowls and Reese goes back into his crease, pushes it back to the bowler. Don't forget your ID, kids. Here's Parkinson in and bowls to Reese, and he turns that into the leg side. He was hoping to get a single, I think, but straight to Clark at mid-wicket. Going to get one off the last ball of the over and prevent Mark Watt from having to face the pace of Potts. Parkinson in, and this time he guides it just beyond Parkinson, who can't reach it and stop it, and they do get the single off the last ball of the over. 5 from it. Reese has 56. Mark Watt yet to get off the mark, although he has been dropped. And Derbyshire 256 for 7. They trail by 31. It was an equally simple dropped catch. I remember down at Swansea, and Alex Hughes, who was fielding at shortish leg, the ball looped up in the air, and he just dropped it. Fortunately, it was in the days when there were only the cameras behind the bowler's arm, so he was off camera. And I thought, I've got to ask him about it at some point. The next day, he made a century, and after I talked about his century, I said, what about that drop?
New over from Potts. The ball played towards the square leg boundary by Reese, who's probably got 95% of his runs with that shot to that area.
And having taken a single off the last ball of the previous over, they're now taking a single off the first ball of the new over. So he's not protecting Mark Watt in any way, clearly.
Watt's faced 10 and isn't off the mark yet. Dropped after his 6th delivery, I think. Watts turns round the wicket from the Finkel end. It's a short one and it's hit Watt around about the shoulder. He's ducked into that one. I wonder if there's any murmurings about not being able to see the ball in these conditions and the umpires decide to go off.
Well, there should be murmuring. Lewis Reese, the experienced man out there in first-class cricket, certainly should be murmuring. Watt's used to playing under lights, of course, because he plays mostly T20 and 50-over cricket with Scotland.
Watt's in again. Watt drives at that one, and he'll get runs now. As Parkinson chases from, I don't know, just the one. A little bit hesitant in going in the first place there.
We'll get this 200 lead in singles. Another update. I don't know if I'm going to tell them that I didn't tell them before.
They still haven't come to me.
I think they forgot you behind.
Yeah, haven't they?
We're still on.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
Nearly a caught and bowled. Ball popped back up towards Potts and he threw himself through the air there. Ball coming off the bat of Reese. Just couldn't quite get to it. It was a leading edge. He was diving, wasn't he? Just missed his fingers by an inch or two.
Borthwick and Parkinson offering Matt Potts some advice. So just telling Parker that, yeah, you just stick to carrying drinks.
Maybe they've told him to bowl a leg spinner instead.
Yeah. They're bringing the man up from the point boundary.
I saw Ricky Clark do that at Warwickshire a few years ago. He'd been bowling pace and then changed and just started bowling spin. Potts round the wicket, and that's pulled high and towards the deep mid-wicket area by Reese for one. Kyle says all those dog picks are in Chesley Street. There used to be, you could get a season ticket for your dog here for a tenner, I think.
A little photo on it and everything.
Yeah. And a paw print as well.
Scan it as you came in.
Yeah. Watts to Watt, slower ball. Watt pushes it off towards point for a single. That is the end of the over. 4 singles from it. 260 for 7. The deficit is 27. Will Durham have to bat again?
And if they do, how much will the openers be pointing a finger at Scott Borthwick?
You know, I would laugh if Durham ended up having to chase 20.
Yes, yeah, well, it was mentioned to me this morning, and
then I will follow you upstairs when you while you apologise to Rob.
I poo-pooed it.
You just never know in this game, do you?
47 runs away from that possibility. Matt Parkinson to continue from the Lumley end. He'll be bowling to left arm spinner Mark Watt. The first one he pushes out into the offside, and there's no run. He's got a couple of runs already, Mark. What did I say he scored in the first innings? 6? 13, I beg his pardon. How long can he decide not to have a real go at the leg spinner? That's the question. This one's gone out into the offside again. That's Ben Ryan, isn't it?
Just popping up on my screen. Tweet from Dave, can you see that?
Potentially. I won't be able to see it if it's slagging me off and you'd be blocked immediately. Big appeal for leg before wicket from Matt Parkinson, no doubt, says umpire Lloyd.
And David Griffin.
No, no, I've not got it.
We got there first. It's a photograph of a doggy passport for Derbyshire cricket in 2000.
Right,
A picture of the dog.
Listening downstairs, eh?
Yeah.
Just to get back out the warm. Parkinson in again. And down the track goes Watton, swipes it down the ground. It's gone a long way. Has it bounced before the rope? No, it's gone for 6. And Mark Watt just smeared it straight back over Parkinson's head.
From the verb to smite.
And he moves on to 8. And Derbyshire 266 for 7. 21 more runs required to make Durham bat for a second time. A smear from the smite?
Hmm? Smored?
Well, I see he smeared it, really. Next delivery, Parkinson bowls. He goes back into his crease. That's dangerous and gets bat on it, pushes it back to the bowler. And there's no run. Final ball of the over then. And I've got my latest bizarre update.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for my 220.
And that one is clipped nicely down to long on by Watt. He moves on to 9. Reese has 58. Derbyshire 267 for 7 at the end of the over, trailing by 20.
Oh, now Watt is facing here, and he's obviously not picking up the pace of Potts because he's struck him. And I think he's been hit on the arm this time. And the umpires are calling on the Derbyshire physio. I think that's come off his arm and then shot up and whacked him in the grill, so the physio's coming out to check him over. The check is over, Potts comes in and bowls, and that's turned by Watt towards short mid-wicket. Minutes to kick off in the afternoon's football. Sunderland's final home game of the season in the league fixture schedule, unless of course they make it to the playoffs. Potts in, and that is played up to mid-off this time by Watt, picked up by Parkinson. Short ball, Watt rocks back on his heels and taps the ball over the slip cordon for 4. Information from Durham at lunchtime that Matt Kuhneman, the overseas spinner from Australia, will be going home with a back injury, going back to rehabilitate in Queensland. In comes Potts, and that is the end of Watt. Caught in short leg, he is out for 13, and the deficit is 16. Buttered up by Matty Potts, good and proper the last few overs, struggled to pick his line and speed, and he's out for 13 for the second time in the match. Graham Clark at short leg. Still be an innings victory this, Durham. .24 added for that wicket, 71.5 overs gone. Just the softest of dismissals in the end, from Watt's point of view. Next ball comes in, and now he's on a hat-trick. Sam Connors is out. First ball caught at short leg off Potts by Clark again. And this is all ending rather quickly now after the earlier frustrations from Derbyshire. They fight back today. Will he get the chance to get the hat-trick ball in though, because the last man, Ben Aitchison, is now coming out, but that was the end of the over. The first ball of the next over is faced by Reese, who moves on to 58, so he's just slightly bettered his first inning score of 56 not out. First time we're told that he has got to 50 in both innings. But will Matty Potts get a chance to get his hat-trick or not? Chris Rushworth got the last one for Durham over 2 innings and 3 overs at Hampshire 2015. Parkinson bowling here to Aitchison. wide down the leg side. So this is that ruling whereby if the umpires feel a bowler is deliberately bowling for the rough down the leg side, they can signal a wide. Well, that did drift a long way down the leg side. Comes in again and bowls. This is played to the cover area. Steve Harmison got 2 hat-tricks, Worcestershire 2005 here and Sussex at Hove in 2008. Chris Rushworth 2015 at Hampshire, 3 overs, 2 innings as Parkinson bowls again. This is defended. Got James Tomlinson, LBW, with a final ball of his 21st over, then bowled Gareth Berg with the first ball of his 22nd. That ended the innings, and then he got Michael Carberry caught behind first ball next innings to complete the hat-trick. The first player to do that in England since Tony Locke against Leicestershire against Hanson Portsmouth in 1967. Durham on the verge of taking maximum points with a win here in 2.5 days in the gloom of Chesley Street. So Parkinson comes in and bowls. Oh, and that was the caught at short leg there. Aitchison with a little flick, and Clark couldn't quite get across to it. Mark Beck says irrelevant really, but genuinely numbers 10 and 11 are the last pair at the wicket. In comes the bowler, and he looks to sweep slog here. Well, this is number 7 and number 11, but number 7 has quite often gone in a lot higher up the order than he is this week. End of the over. So Potts is on a hat-trick, but it is Reese who is on strike. 3 better than his first innings total of 56. He's now on 59.
Interesting that Connors was promoted up the order by 1.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed he was out of sync. Aitchison came in first yesterday, didn't he?
Mm.
So Potts hat-trick ball. Can he get it? Reese is the man who is on strike. Potts in. Reese comes down the rack and slaps him straight back up the field for 4. Nice shot. Well, that was intent, wasn't it?
It could have gone either way, that, couldn't it, really? It could have been the hat-trick, or it could have been down the ground. Unfortunately for Lewis Reese, it was down the ground. I think he fancies a century, but if he's going to get one, Ben Aitchison won't be able to face too many deliveries.
In comes Potts once more. He bowls, and a little ramp shot from Reese. That's gone high down towards third man. Fine leg, sorry. And it's been pushed along, flush with the boundary rope, but didn't actually touch it by the looks of things. Nice piece of fielding all the way down there. Might be Ben McKinney on as a 12th man.
Only he would have reached it.
Yeah, he's miles away from us.
Still looks quite tall, though.
He's almost in Berkeley. So, Reese is still on strike. He's on 65 now. Potts comes running in and bowls, and that's driven hard, but ball picks up at long on, cuts the ball off, 1 run. Now then, we're in territory here where just a couple of boundaries and Durham will have to bat again.
That'll delay it till half-time in the football.
I'm not going to get anywhere near the ground today, man. And imagine just parking on my drive as the final whistle goes.
Yeah,
I'll hear the the ground. Potts to Aitchison. He bowls. And that's it. They've won by an innings and 6 runs. Aitchison backed off, lost his stump, and it's eventually victory is secure at 2 minutes to 3 on day 3 of this game. Potts with a fifer, so well done him. He's taken 5 for 65, and it is all over. And that is, in terms of Matty Potter's bowling career, that is the 7th time he's got a fifer.
That was an interesting shot from Ben Aitchison. When I say interesting, what I mean is poor. Yes, they're not going to win the game, but 280 all out. Disappointing. Lewis Reese, though, finishes unbeaten, which will please him, I'm sure, on 66.
What did I say? An innings and 6 runs, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what he said, and I've already sent that message to... I'm hoping it's right. Innings and 7, it says on the scoreboard.
Is it? Oh, yes. Yeah, they were trailing, weren't they? Yeah.
Makes no odds. They've lost by an innings. And another disappointing outing for Derbyshire, a team that Mickey Arthur told me after the Worcestershire game wouldn't lose again this season. They've lost again in April, which has got to be a huge disappointment for the Derbyshire coach. We'll get his reaction, and you'll be able to hear that tomorrow morning on BBC Radio Derby around about 10:30. You'll hear a bit of that, sure. Matty Potts leading the side off, and quite right too. 5 for 65, terrific bowling from him, including the last 3 wickets to fall in pretty quick order, really. Got 3 wickets in 6 deliveries in between. Bless him. Lewis Reese slapped him for a 4 and then ramped him for a 2, but the single proved to be fatal as it left Ben Aitchison on strike, and Derbyshire lose.
Right, well, thanks very much, everybody, for joining us. I can have some of this bank holiday that I didn't even realise was upon us off tomorrow, and Dave can enjoy the Saturday afternoon roadworks on the A1. Katie says thanks for the commentary. It's been a pleasure to listen to you both for the last 3 days. Thank you, Katie. Just take you through the bowling figures before we say goodbye. Remember, Durham are off now for a week, so the next match is actually against the Yorkies here in a couple of weeks' time. So Potts finishing 16.4 overs he bowled in the end, and he took 5 for 65. No maidens for him. 23 overs from Ben Rain, 3 for 60 from Ben Rain. 5 maidens there. Brydon Carse, 15 overs, 1 maiden, and he took 1 for 54. Coghlan, 1 for 34 in 8 overs, 1 maiden there. And Parkinson bowled 11 overs, no wickets, and he went for 51 runs. So Aitchison, the last man to go, bowled by Potts for none. Eventually we'll have 280, 73.4 overs. So they win by an innings and 7 runs, and they take maximum points as well, so well done them. That's 24 points to add to the 40 they already had, so 64 points, and they remain top. Right, I'll go and get some reaction, post-match reaction to this one, and you can hear that later on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Tees, and of course Fletcher's reaction as well on BBC Radio Derby. But from Chesley Street, that's it from us. See you later. odds took a 5-wicket haul as leaders Durham cemented their place at the top of Division 2 with an innings victory. But it wasn't the foregone conclusion many thought it would be, returning 5 down on day 3 and still 190 runs behind while following on. Reese and Matt Lamb dug in for Derbyshire. Durham didn't take a wicket in the morning session, but the breakthrough came when Lamb fell LBW to Ben Rain on 99 shortly after lunch, and the final 4 wickets fell quickly after that, with Reese stuck